All right, what's up, guys? We are here for a what do you call
Catch up.
table conversation
Yeah.
on beliefs, convictions, and so forth.
Everything
The
in
guys,
between.
everything in between.
Yeah.
The guys will tell me which way we are going. They haven't told me. They thought, since you like surprising people on what videos you are making, let us surprise you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Will, where are we going?
Or maybe we just start with introductions, eh?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can start and then now.
I wouldn't know how to introduce myself. But my name is Boss K. I think I'm just a human being trying to live this life in all its complexity. I walk.
Don't look at this thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It seems like.
Look at the camera. You forget.
Yeah, we forgot
No, but
we were
this one is
looking
on
at
me.
that.
This one that's on me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's pretty much it. I'm a son. I'm a brother. I work for someone. I try to work for myself as well. And but I'm just very interested in life in general. And
Existence. You're
Existence.
interested in existence,
Existence.
basically. And then the other gentleman doesn't need no
Yeah,
introduction.
doesn't need no introduction.
No, but you haven't been here.
Been here before. Name is I prefer Dumezweni these days. Willie sounds too
English.
so yeah, call me Dumi. Name is Dumi. I've been here before. Decided to come back, catch up with my brothers. My recently brother that I acquired. We're just here to, talk about life in general, our beliefs, like you said, the things that makes us human beings in general. Yeah. So hopefully we will
You'll
get to
dissect
the
it
dissection of
to
the
that
whole
core.
matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so that brings up a very interesting question. When you say human being, because if one is to, if you're actually going the route of actually talking existence, what is?
A human being.
Yeah.
It's $1 million question. Eh?
We can
That's
share
a-
it.
yeah,
if
that's
we
$1
find the
million.
answer.
Yeah. I think the basic definition of what a human being is, if you try and explain it from a scientific perspective or from a philosophical perspective, or just from a general definition, I've recently been also doing my own research on what makes us human beings, because there are many definitions out there, and like I said, people have different definitions. And so, interesting enough, I stumbled on information that what makes us human beings in terms of matter, the actual matter, is something that we share with things that are non-human. I was shocked about that. So I found that
So
when
the
you
anatomy of
when you reduce it to atoms and all that, be it a table or that cape that you are wearing, it's made up of the same stuff that we human beings are made of. So it also put me in a position where I then said, okay, what separates us from then those things, if at that level we are
almost.
And I'm hoping that that's one direction we can take, so that we can then, for me, that's the understanding
I think
that
it's a good
I've grounded myself on and understood, because on this one it's already it's scientifically proven that we are made up of the same stuff. It doesn't matter what you may think of, whether it's water, whether it's a stone.
What
if
is
you
it?
reduce
The
it,
percentage is like 70%.
no,
water.
I think they call it what is it? The particles.
Yeah.
When you reduce them, they are the same. But then these other things then that go on top.
Atomic wise, atom
yes,
wise.
yes.
The material, it's just about the same.
It's just about the same, yeah.
Just
So-
structures itself differently, but the actual essence is the same.
Is the same,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So I found it quite interesting, and then obviously it led me to a point where I then said, what is it then that makes you a human being if on the material level you are just like any other thing? And I'm hoping maybe that's something that we can, go deep into.
Let's say if the question starts, that, by the way, that's where it starts. That's where the question starts. Now, not everybody gets there, right? I think we had a conversation. By the way, this is a conversation we had the other time.
Yeah.
We ended up talking for like 3
Yeah, I remember.
to 4 hours, and then we're like, yes, we should have recorded this, because there are certain things if you accomplish in this life, you'll have that question.
Yeah.
There are people who will not have that question because there are certain things they haven't done. It's not an offensive thing.
Yeah.
It's just, in all honesty, if I'm still thinking bread and butter, that question sounds like an insult.
Yeah.
What are you asking?
It's relevant. It's you out of your mind.
Yeah.
He's actually mentioned it in one of our conversations that some of these things, if you are dealing with your day-to-day things, it's not something that you really
can't think of it.
You can't think of it.
Yeah. So there is a level of that conversation which gets missing because the person feels like I'll never have that question, right? But then I also had my point of answering that question, and for some people they hit a bottom low. You see Black Coffee at the height of his success, he hits that point where he has to answer that question. Okay. What am I here for? What am I doing here? And what's the significance? And so if I'm just told, no, human being, like from an evolution perspective, basically, no, a human being is made up of the same thing. So it's like, okay, so what's the point? I might as well just be like everybody else. But then you realize there is an aspect of value perception that we will have, which creates friendships or which creates an area for which I know I can't be friends with this person because of how they view my value
on a relationship level. Yeah.
So it brings up that thing, so that there is value for human, because from a relationships perspective, if you don't value what I contribute, right? Especially for, let's say for instance, people that have nothing to benefit from each other, right? Like a man and a man, not the other one, not the community, like a man and a man. From that perspective, we sometimes don't see any contribution towards that relationship, because I see a contribution for me and a woman. Oh yeah, I'm going to have my kids, what the whole nine jazz. But then when it's a man and a man, that's when you really question, do you understand the value of another human being? Because if you present value, then it tells you that there is more to a human being. And I guess that's why the Bible says, love others as you love yourself. Perceives that there was value that was placed.
So are you perhaps saying, in answering that question that says what is a human being, you find the answers in what we value as human beings? Yeah.
So in time, Ankeri, we're still going on the route of saying that question sounds, the question of purpose. Okay, Ankeri, we have now defined it. This is what a human being is made of. Now we're not defining the essence of the person, right? That's a completely different thing. Because when you get to essence, that's when you have to now discuss subject matters of eternities, of how far does this being go, finite aspects
yeah.
and whatnot. Your soul, your what. Those are the essence aspect of things, different of beings and whatnot. You even go as far as defining mental illness. What is mental illness? If you think about it, from a human's perspective, why is it that we see a person, you can kill someone and be charged life in prison, but a mental ill person can't be charged ill? Why? Because we have perceived certain values that unfortunately they've never matured to grasp. You see? So that journey of what's the value, other people haven't asked that question. You really might have asked that question. But what is it that has caused you to ask that question? Is that you have tread all these other journeys or all these other aspects of certain achievements, sometimes it takes people having kids, then when the kids go, that's when they realize, what's my purpose? You know?
Okay.
So, but because certain people don't have, and unfortunately, it makes people say, you are stupid.
Why are you asking that question?
Yeah. Oh no. Why is it that you haven't answered that question? There are people that will look at you as if you are stupid because you haven't asked the question, but they don't realize, excuse me please, it takes a certain journey thing for a person to come to a point where they have to answer that.
So it's not something that you wake up to.
So the person who insults another, if he perceives you as being stupid because you haven't answered the question, has he answered the...
No, he has gotten to that part. Whatever might have forced him. A lot of times people that are like that is people that suffer traumas and stuff like that. And so what happened is that because of their traumas, they were forced to mature very quickly. And so they don't realize that the suffering that they had, questioned value.
So, but if someone has gotten that far, can he really think of another man as stupid?
Yeah, you can. Knowledge puffeth up. When the Bible says knowledge puffeth up, because you feel like, think about it. This is not me casting shade, right? Okay, think about Steve Jobs. At the height of his success, there was nothing that you could tell Steve Jobs. There was nothing. There was nothing. So Steve Jobs, when they told him, this sickness, we can cure this thing.
He said no.
He went to other things. Steve died.
He was trying some other alternative.
Medicines. And Steve died because of knowledge puffed him up.
But now, are you saying when you come to that level where you ask yourself this question, the answer that you get or the knowledge that you gather from asking yourself that question, does it always make you turn out that way where you're now puffed up, or it depends on the answer?
It goes back to the value part. And so if I perceive human value or God value, that differs with what perspective, because there are people that might not be religious but they do perceive human value, right? Otherwise, why do we have the laws that we have, whatnot, and stuff like that? Which is why atheists can dismiss that we have God's law written in us. So that's why we enact those laws that we have, which mimic the laws that you see in the Bible. Do not kill, whatnot. But I think it goes back to what value then? It questions aspects of where do you get your moral values.
So is it the value of life, or is it the value that would have come from the experiences that you have had?
Yeah, because then your knowledge, basically, that's how I perceive it. You'll tell me what you think. I perceive it as the knowledge that you have gathered will cause you to you would be more willing to teach it because you are aware of the journey aspect of it. But then, because when your knowledge came and you perceive how you went around it, personally, I look at like a person, I'm not insulting, he knows it, Bishop Mabonga. I see how he came to that knowledge through strive and whatnot, and so he doesn't take the knowledge to teach it. He takes the knowledge to empower himself in a way that you are forever a child.
And he's forever a teacher.
You don't want to become that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the worst thing. That's the worst thing that can happen to you. So for some people, when they've answered that question, they feel like everybody should come to them and learn from them.
I feel people like that never answered the question
Of what it means to be a human being.
Yeah. If you've really answered the question, you can't want another being to be under you.
Okay.
Because what's the importance of having another man under you?
Because remember, that knowledge can make you come to a position of Hitler.
Of?
Hitler.
Yeah.
The Aryan race idea comes from
there.
From that point where I feel like it's my duty to teach you. Or I enthrone myself to teach you.
Okay,
but I think I also understand where he's coming from. So are you asking it in terms of saying if you have really come to the right knowledge, it is not supposed to make you...
If you have really gone to the bottom of a human being, right?
Mm-hmm.
Through and through, how can you possibly still have this thing of I have to be on top of another? Because you've seen that you are that person. Because I mean, we're trying to find what is a human being, right?
Yeah.
Because we figured scientifically we are atoms. Let's just put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But then you come to a point where you see, okay, there's no meaning to this thing. There must be something much more.
Yeah.
Right? You pursue it. Yeah, you pursue it and you go all the way there, which means you've gone all the way to the beginning of humanity itself. You are not looking at yourself as do me or, you know.
But this is where evolution comes in. You see, that's why I say where you get the value then matters, because evolution says other species evolve much more than others.
Okay.
And so the one that thrives is the one that deserves to survive. And so at that point, you will make yourself a leader.
Yeah.
That's where a dictator comes from. Where does he get his values?
So is it this, would you then say it's the same experience for everyone? Because we are trying to come to a point where, okay, you've gone through whatever experiences that you've gone through. And then you've come to this point where you're now asking yourself, what does it mean to be a human being, right? What I'm trying to understand is, once you get to that point and you get whatever answer that you get, is it always an answer that's going to put you at a point of saying, okay, now I've arrived, now it means I can tell you this? Or you can get to that point still, like I think what you're suggesting, and realize that, you know what, I am not I am not so different from you. And because of that, it means my behavior thereafter will obviously express that.
Okay.
You know?
That's why I asked the question. Right? I want you can include this and then tell me what you think of it. That's why I say it matters where the values come from.
Oh, so you're saying at that point, what then matters is where you're drawing the value.
Where you draw the value for your definition of your existence.
Do you mean to say, how did I get there?
Yeah,
the journey to there.
For some people,
it's through
traumas and whatnot and stuff like that. And so what ends up happening is that some people, they create they funnel themselves to a position where they're a closed-minded person. It's only what they have perceived, thought, and thingy. And I don't know if I'm.
No, I think you are making sense. If I understand, you are saying, yes, everyone does arrive to that point, right? But what's going to determine what they come out with is the experience that they've gone through to get to that point, and also what they are going to use as a value system to then interpret the experience that they've gone through. So for example, maybe that's why you see that sometimes you have these serial killers. If you go to their background and find, they must have got to a point where they decided, I have no value for human life.
Yeah.
You see? And then from that, they understood what it means to be a human being. You know? But I'm not sure if you want to add on that, because I wanted to then add something else to say, what then is the real essence of what it means to be a human being? Find people can interpret it different based on the experiences of that they've gone through. But on the fundamental level, what will be the real essence of what it means to be a human being, and how does one arrive to that?
Okay, let's put. Can I?
Yeah.
Don't mind. So you say we arrived to that point, right? Now, can we try and see what is that point, and then who is it that arrives to that point?
Okay.
Okay.
Right. So, because we assume there's a point. That's what we seem to believe.
We've come to it that there is a point.
There's a point.
When
Now,
you
let's
ask
say
the
who
question-
is this individual that is saying there's a point? What makes that individual a human being? Okay, what makes me me, for instance?
Interesting.
Yeah, what makes me me? That eventually I would say, no, there's a point, there's a certain, some things will happen that will trigger some sort of search.
I think, the tell me what you think of this particular thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so what makes you, right? No matter what other people tell you, right? Because they will be interpreting what you perceive from how they have come to that conclusion, right? So if I am to come to you and say, what makes you is that God has made you in His image.
Okay.
As long as we remain, if you become a repelling force to that, there's something that's informing you at the same time. Do you see that? So we're not talking about coming to believe. We're just talking about even at your core, even when you are being told what, if someone came to me and said, Ritiki, you are a Sangoma, there's something that informs me to repel that information.
Okay.
What is that?
Do you mean that force that?
Yeah, the thing that says yes or no. I think that's
It's conscious. I believe it's conscious.
Yeah, let's explore that. Let's see how
Or-
what makes me conscious.
Okay, before we explore...
Okay, so
before
you're saying let's start from this thing that we are saying arrives at this point,
gets you
Yes.
there.
and explore
Yeah.
what that thing is,
Yeah,
so that we also obviously
Exactly,
understand
yeah,
the nature of what that thing.
yeah. And we see it
All
seems to be conscious.
Yeah.
What is conscious?
Now, you can tell me if it's something else. I believe it's conscious because, like I stated, even if someone was to tell you, you are what you are because God made you like that. But then, so how then do we deal with the fact that someone can still repel that and say no? How do you deny? You are uninformed. You still need to be informed. How do you resist that? So it means that there is something then
Yeah,
that thing. So that's why I bring in the subject of conscious.
yeah.
So I don't know if there's something else that you
No, I
perceive
think that
behind
it's right on.
I think as a start,
is the best
it's right
starting point.
at the point. But I'll have a question with regards to that, because that you are referring to as the conscious, right? What nature does it take? Where
does it reside?
Yes, and where does it start? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it can't just be it's something that's just there. And if it's there, what form does it take? What builds it? What molds it? What is it made of? What characteristics are we able to draw from it? What affects it? All those questions. Because for it to be able to act in a certain way, for me, I feel like it will need a framework to which it should, draw in order to act from. What framework does it use? And is it a complete thing? Or you have to do something to fit into it or fit from it or complete it? What is that thing that we refer to as the conscious? I think that should be then the starting point. I'm not sure if maybe you
No,
want
I think that.
Yeah.
I think I guess
From what you understand to...
You said the word, where does it start? Or did you have an answer that predates?
No.
It's
No.
the reason why when you said it is just there, right? I don't personally, I don't believe it's just there.
Okay.
Because it must have a date. It must have a date. Because if it is just there, it will mean that you had information before your existence. If the conscious was there before, then there is no date to its creation. That makes it eternal, and that creates problems. Now, maybe it creates problems theologically, and maybe from a perspective of the
that's where I was about to go. That so you could understand it from a theological perspective what conscious is, right? And then you can obviously understand it from a scientific perspective, because as you were saying that scientifically they would tell you that all energy or matter cannot get destroyed. So there's no point where it gets destroyed. It transforms into another form, you know? So, but you are then saying conscious will have a starting point and a point in which it ends, which I would think it makes sense from a theological perspective, right? But it then poses questions, like what, if you say it's got a starting point, at what point does it start? Unless if you want to add before that.
Yeah. I want to add to what I said. I have a feeling it also starts consciousness.
That it has a point where it starts.
Yeah, because you see what I said, information, right? If you are conscious of something, then it means you had information, previous information about that thing. So then it seems like information and consciousness
go hand in hand.
It's kind of like what that man was saying, you know, man and spirits. You can't have spirits without a man. Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, we're watching a video.
So information and consciousness go hand in hand. Now, I have a feeling, I'm not sure, maybe we can explore. Isn't information itself consciousness? Or do we mean to say consciousness is something...
But it's clear that it comes after consciousness.
Information comes after consciousness. How?
So before... before...
Because remember, we're
information,
only
what nature is consciousness without information? What nature would it take, or how does it express itself?
I think let's define the human one, human consciousness, because we have a better wrapping around that.
What other consciousness would there be if it wasn't for
God?
But this is a man talking.
Okay, but what informs us about that?
Yeah,
the existence. Because you see, that's why I said I feel like we can explain human consciousness and its existence and how it comes about and why information of human understanding only resides after the consciousness of the human himself.
Okay.
Because you can't have the information existing before the mind that conceives it.
Do they exist then at the same time?
No, they can't, because there's a process. How do we get information? We have a process of learning.
Yeah,
there's a process of processing the information and stuff like that. And so that tells you the mind has an existing point, and then just the same way when we were born, there's a development point of our brain, and then we start to perceive, and which is something that actually, this one is a dangerous one. Nobody teaches us, nobody tells you to learn. You automatically have it in you to learn.
Yeah.
Even a child.
Yeah.
You don't tell a child to learn. A child listens, speaks of something. Like, you know, I watched this other video like way back. It was a TED video, and they were talking about this guy documented his child learning language, and he says, you know, the child described water as da. So, but they only learned that after when they checked the footage of the house. He rigged his whole house in cameras, and he took camera videos that were worth 3 years. To every single time she was talking, she wanted water, she said da. When she was playing in water, da. When she was being bathed, she said da. And then from da she went to data, and then before you know it, da.
Or there was that evolution of language, yeah.
Yeah, and so, but nobody taught the child to learn.
Okay.
Mhm.
But now let's stick to this idea of conscious, right? You both
So do we
agree.
agree
You
on-
both agree that there's a point where it starts,
Yeah.
right?
Then we have. I agree with that.
Yeah.
but I
Can
have
we
a
explore?
disagreement
Yeah. Can we
with
explore on
them.
that, because
Yeah.
I feel like you.
It's starting. We are not there yet.
Yeah.
We are not there yet
Mm.
because we still have to separate. We still have to separate that the information that the consciousness has and the existence of things are not at the same time.
Okay, I think that's why I disagree with you. I want to find out what you
How-
mean by that. Yeah.
That's why I brought up the child experience.
Yeah, we can
to
also
say-
explore that.
When the child comes to existence,
Yeah.
they have an innate, a built-in thing to adopting.
Is that information?
Yeah. There is something that informs them.
Is it?
Yeah, it has to be because okay. Let me.
No, but from what he's saying, okay, look at it
Mm.
this way: who tells a child that now learn that this is water?
No. The way I look at it, seems like water, as in how to spell it,
How to say it,
how to say
how
it.
to
Yeah.
communicate it.
Well, there's no. He learns by listening, watching.
But what
He
tells
gathers
him?
information.
Who tells
Yeah,
him?
but that's what he's saying. He's
Mm.
saying, what informs the child that this is something to be learned?
It feels like the child comes up empty.
Yeah, that we agree.
Yeah.
Out of that emptiness, what then informs?
Information come where there's emptiness. You know, it's almost the world hates emptiness. It has to be filled up with something. The very fact of listening, I keep
Mhm.
a content now. The information, water, blah blah blah.
Mm.
Looking even, walking. So I'm acquiring all this information.
Mm.
Okay.
Those information form my consciousness.
Okay. But you agree with
okay,
me?
let me. Yeah, I think where.
Mm.
Okay, let me just see if I hear you correctly, and I also go back to what he's saying.
Yeah.
So you say when a child is born, the child is empty.
Mm.
That emptiness creates capacity for the child to
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 acquire.
learn.
Yeah.
I think without, maybe I'm also wrong, you are saying that is the consciousness.
The emptiness.
Yes.
And that's
Oh.
what separates the information with the consciousness of the child.
So because there's
So
that
consciousness.
capacity.
Yeah. You see, okay, now I would say God consciousness, as we put it before,
Yeah.
Mhm.
that would be that emptiness. Because human consciousness, as we know it, is being conscious of something.
Mhm.
I mean, how are you conscious of anything at all if it isn't for the information you first gather? Let's say I pinch you, right? You capture that whole information, and now you are conscious of the information. Without all that information, let's just say now that's another kind of consciousness.
Mhm.
That is God consciousness. It's a consciousness
But
that
this-
we
this-
can't
this-
kind of.
But
Mm.
notice something within that very same thing.
Mm.
Your I like that. I like that example
Mm.
because that's a very well versed conscious.
It's another
level.
level.
Yeah,
It's another
because
level.
now you when you feel a pinch, first thing that comes to your mind is that there's pain, and then you look where the
Where it's
pain
coming
comes from.
Mm.
Is it
Which
permanent?
means you know the location. You have the information of leg,
Mm.
going there.
And then, is it permanent? Is it what? So if it's permanent, you move. If it's something that fell on you, you move.
Mhm.
And so you are well informed. But this happens
Naturally.
in seconds,
Yeah, seconds.
like in milliseconds. You can't. It's so quick. And if there is a person, you are repelled towards that person who's doing things. So your information now is a little bit wild versed. That state of consciousness,
Mm.
it's very much well versed. But that tells you why I say your information, the information of a human being, doesn't start immediately with the person. There is a process of learning it, and so it's very much separate with them. Because like right now,
Mhm.
you don't know how you would react if there was a flood in Joburg, because you've never had a flood in Joburg.
Okay.
I don't know how I would react.
How you would
I
react?
think I know.
You probably think why I agree.
Yeah.
Another example, imagine if a lion was just to appear,
Yeah.
you probably think you'd run to the door,
Yeah.
but that could not be the case.
No, you see, for instance, I put it on a lower level. A lion coming in, I might not know where I would run to, but I know there will be an action of looking at the lion, acquiring the information.
Mm-hmm.
You see, already, so what we're trying to say here, see what we're talking about, all these examples, it's the past. We are relying on the previous information we've gathered.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes us human conscious. We are conscious of the content we've acquired. Now,
your mortality, you are
the
aware
mortality,
that I'll die if I...
the information, the paradise, the hell, maybe atheists, all these things as humans we try to use to make sense of life.
Yeah.
Now, take away that.
Okay, before I answer that, are you saying without that there's no conscious?
No, the consciousness as we know it isn't that. There's something else.
Or there is something else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which somehow we can't step in. Because you don't know about it.
Because you don't have information to
Yeah.
relate to it.
To me, that's the mind.
That is the mind. That is the entirety. To me, I feel it's the entirety of life itself.
Okay, so at that state, where is consciousness? Conscious.
No, you can't.
When you've now removed everything, because you remember the conversation wants to begin from a point where we are saying there is this thing, right, that arrives at this point.
Yeah.
And we are trying to understand the nature of what that thing is that arrives to a point where it now asks itself, what does it mean to be a human, right? And from what I understand you to be saying, you are saying without information that we accumulate, right? It's almost like there's nothing else that we can then use as a framework. There's nothing to be conscious or aware of. That's what you are saying, right?
But it's not nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just that, all right, we'll go there.
Yeah, let's go. We're calling it emptiness.
Yeah,
we can call it many names.
It's emptiness. Okay.
But it's not nothing. There's something there.
All right. So if we can establish that it's emptiness, and for this human being to arrive at this point, obviously he needs information.
I would say man is information.
Without information,
man is no longer.
What's
something else has taken. Something else has
just separated that.
Yeah, we've separated.
Man seeks information.
So do you agree that without information there is no man to speak of?
The man is no longer.
Information informs us on our treatment, what is defined. The analogy of the animal. Mortality, I'm aware, I might die, I bleed.
The only issue I have with that, maybe you also help me. If then man becomes the information that he has or that he acquires.
That's why I disagree,
right?
By the way.
Oh, yeah, you disagree?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I separate that.
All right.
Okay.
So then you will have to tell us what there is outside of that, right? Because that's a question also that I wish to pose to him, to say, if man all he becomes is information, right? All he is information. Then that means there is no point where you can come and say me, because the information that he becomes is what makes him, and it's not his. Unless if there is a source of information that can be his, that will then make him the human being that he can then claim to be. You understand? So maybe I'd like you to assist on that level, to say, okay, let's explore that. Man is information. Without information, there is no man to really.
Man can't be conscious of himself.
So when you say he can't be conscious of himself, what is that himself that you're referring to?
So you see, okay, let me try and use an example maybe. How am I conscious of myself if it isn't for my thinking?
That's Descartes' argument. I am, so I think.
I am my thought. Because if let's say, and what do I think about? if it isn't for the information? Can you think of anything that you haven't acquired?
But guys, the question here, remember the statement, I am, so I think.
Mm-hmm.
He's not saying it's his thoughts.
Who?
It's Descartes. That's
No, I don't
Descartes.
care about the card. We are the represent. We will find out here, the three of us.
No, yeah, I get,
Yeah.
we're thinking, but his argument was that the fact that I am thinking,
Yeah.
I exist.
He said, "What I am,
So I think.
I think I
I
am."
think.
I
so
think, therefore I am.
That's why I am.
Yeah. Which
So
means what? So if he wasn't
He's,
thinking,
he's
he wouldn't be
validating
there.
his existence
Mm.
outside of whatever
That's the
thought
proof that he exists is that he
he's
thinks.
thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's not his thought.
No,
Which
I
is
would.
where-
I would correct him.
That's why that's why I'm saying
Yeah.
the process of you learning shows you that you are not the information. You are not a part of that information.
What is it that is learning?
Because remember, learning is the process of navigating my existence. I learn so that I navigate my existence.
Mm-hmm.
So the information is not me. So if someone comes and says, you are wrong, I'm not offended. I'm not my information. My information evolves with me. But then if I am my information, I'm wrong.
Then what are you
Said
before that
something-
information?
Said something very interesting. You said, you learn so you can navigate your
To
existence.
my existence, yes.
Isn't existence itself the process of learning?
Existence is in the path where I'm learning.
In the path where you're learning, I don't
Yes.
understand it.
So, okay. So, it means one isn't without the other,
Yeah, therefore they are the same.
but they're not the same person. You can have two parallels you can have two parallels of different make.
Yeah, but are they really parallel? We're talking
Yeah,
about
but they're not the
this-
same, but they are parallel. Okay, let's say for instance, if you're speaking about current, right?
Yeah.
So you're running, so this one here going that way,
Mm-hmm.
like how do you, this is how they intercept to create AC, what is it called? What do you call it?
The AC on the currents,
AC,
yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
Is that you are intercepting this give and take, give and take, give and take, give and take. How much wattage do I want and stuff like this. This is not this.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And it's understanding this, the way, the mechanics of how this power works, that electrician can literally touch a live wire and not get choked.
Yeah.
Mm.
Because at that point, we have grounded. We ground, so how they do it? They ground
Yeah.
the electrician.
Yeah.
Some they have machines and
Mhm,
what that do that and stuff like that. So the person works with confidence. You know, I used to wonder, like, those guys that fix those huge
Yeah, the pirates.
maintenance.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you see them walking
It's
there.
only when you touch both the live and the, is it the, I don't know what they call it, but when you touch both, that's when you get
That's when you get a problem.
electrocuted. Yeah.
So, the two can be without being the same.
Can you name these two so that we are clear? So when you say the two, one is what?
The person, that's the conscious.
That's the conscious, and the other one is the.
That's the information. So if I'm walking from here, it's you. What is it? 10 to 2, the 21st on Sunday. To you, 2 o'clock on the 21st. So you are walking parallel with where the information is coming. As we are communicating, there's stuff that we are gonna say in the next in the next hour that we might not be thinking about, because it's at that point it doesn't inform the conversation. But as we navigate through that, so you are walking with the information. You are not the information.
Okay, so you said there's conscience and the information.
Yes.
Would you be aware? Would you be conscious of anything if there was no information?
That's why I say it's going parallel.
No, then there must be a contact.
But the electricity thing dismisses that.
I'm not let's not go in there.
No, let's go there.
I'm not a good
Do you know-
electrician.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
I'm not an electrician as well, but let me give you another example.
Yeah,
The things that inform this building
yeah.
is not what informs a first-story building. So if I'm here, the mechanics of keeping this building is not the mechanics that keep that building. So as if I'm walking on the street, like for example, if we are from here and we're just crossing the robot, what informs me of the danger is the robot. The robot tells me and the driver. I don't know him, I don't know what he's thinking. Me and the driver are in sync. We are being told to walk.
So what you are saying is that the information is the one that helps you navigate your existence.
Yeah, it's not you.
And what he's saying is that without the information, your existence has no meaning.
Yes.
You wouldn't be conscious.
You wouldn't be conscious.
Yeah, but you see where Nane? The thing that you are tackling, he is in agreement with that. But the thing that he's in disagreement with that, to that very same statement that you agree with, is that these two are one thing. So for me, I say you are not one thing with the information, because there is information that you need that informs you when you are here until you get to the robot. The information that you get at the robot, you are not going to need in the next robot, because at the next robot, it's closed. At this robot, it's opened. You don't need...
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you said there are different type of information.
Yes, that you use to navigate.
Yeah.
So I'm stopping at this robot because the robot is red. And the person there, I don't have to say, hey, stop. The robot says, The information that they see in that particular intersection informs them to keep moving. So that's why
Can you look at it on a broader way then? You might be looking at one type of information. I'm looking at another type of information. But information is being fed to us, right? The information that will be fed to us in the next 30 minutes is different, but still information is
being communicated.
Yeah, is being communicated. I'm saying, take away that information. What are you conscious of?
You're forever conscious of your existence.
How? How do you know that you exist?
The information around you.
Now let's say right now. How do you know that you exist?
You're looking at me. Your eyes tell me
senses.
My existence. Yes.
Senses.
Yes.
Which is what you acquire. The information that you are acquiring.
Yes.
The information is telling you, is giving you consciousness.
Yeah.
Take away all your senses, which is seeing, feeling, hearing, all that. What is that?
That's what do you call it? Because you're talking about senses, and remember, senses will go back to previous understanding of whatever experience I've had. So if I experience something, I have now a recollection to say, okay, my existence, I've moved my location and stuff like that. So I'm aware of my thing at the moment. But that's informed by previous experience. It means that I have information that tells me that I am in existence, I'm still alive, I have feelings and what, because you're looking at me. But that's all on the basis that it doesn't dismiss that thing that parallel.
But now, take away all that. What is there?
It's the conscious.
Conscious of what?
What are you conscious of?
No, you're by conscious. Okay, let's deal with the essence of a consciousness, right? How does the Bible put it? Right? How does the Bible put it?
Before you go in, please, I'm not cutting you. Do you realize that is information you're about to give us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now, okay, what you're saying now, I'll come back to it. Let us create man in our own image. Now, the problem with a lot of people's perception about that is that when it says, let us create man in our own image, people then think, create man in our own image. We look, God has a hand, we have a hand. Yes, he's talking about that, but there's a lot more to it.
Yeah.
There is a lot more to the creation from an atomic perspective that aligns itself with what God's being would be like. But the core root of the person is a part of the image.
Oh
part.
God.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
when he says, "Let us create man in our own image," part of the image was conscious.
Okay.
Animals don't have that.
What conscience?
Yes.
They do have conscience.
No,
Or not the sophisticated conscience. we
Yeah,
have,
they don't have
uh,
a sophisticated conscious.
Yeah.
So basically, they have an innate
Innate
being
understanding of their
understanding
environment,
of
yeah.
relationship, hierarchy, what, and all those kind of things, like the things that they need, what, survival, all those things.
Mm.
They already have that, and they've actually proven that by, what do they call this, puppies. When puppies are born, immediately they open their eyes,
Mm.
they just run to the mother's breast.
Mm-hmm.
And
So they have acquired information already.
Innate.
In the
yeah,
DNA.
innate. Is that
Yeah.
innate? I don't know if you can call it.
Because you see, the DNA is just an accumulation of previous information.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So they have that when they which is why I think it's ducks. I can't remember exactly if it's ducks or if it's what, or it's chicks or something. They say when chicks are born,
Yeah.
don't touch them.
They would
Because-
assume you're the mother.
Yeah,
Mm.
and the mother, when she smells it, she smells a human being.
She rejects the.
She'll reject them,
Yeah, yeah.
and they will die. They will die because of that thing. So
Mm-hmm.
you do best to just stay away from them. And so that already tells you there's something about, because what are they smelling like what aspect of human DNA do we leave on the animal that the thing you can directly pick? This is a human being.
Mm.
This is a thing I'm afraid of. And so when he said, "Let us create man in our own image," there was something in that nature. Because remember, he's not talking about a particular being. He's talking about the race as a whole. The kind, basically. Like it says, created animals after their own kind, plants after their own kind.
Mm.
So for the human being, he created human in this particular kind that has Adam didn't need to be told what it would feel like or what he needed to do in order to cure nakedness. The moment he is naked, he knows it. The Bible says he knew that he was naked. And the devil didn't tell him, "You're naked."
Mm-hmm.
It informed him that he was naked.
He became conscious of himself. Would we say that?
Yes, he became conscious.
He had knowledge. 'Cause what is it's the fruit of knowledge, isn't it?
Yes.
Not. Perhaps you can help me in that area. I'm not really good when it
Mhm.
comes to that.
Mhm.
But knowledge is important to be conscious,
Mhm.
which means the information is important to be conscious.
Yes.
All this time it seemed like he never had information. He was just, I guess, empty.
Mhm. But
he was
he did have some time.
he had maybe consciousness that we don't understand as human beings, but the very knowledge of his
Nakedness.
being,
Mm.
he became consciousness. I mean, he became conscious of
Conscious, yeah.
himself.
And I think, I'm not sure what word the Bible uses, but you are almost describing exactly that he became aware
Of
of his
himself.
nakedness.
Mm.
So it almost feels like exactly what you're saying, that he became aware of himself.
Mm.
You understand? He became aware that he was this being that was now
Was-
naked.
He became aware
But
of me.
before, and it poses a challenge again, because when he puts it that way, it answers, it backs up what he's saying when he says, without that knowledge, there was no conscience. So even if you look at it biblically, what fruit did Adam have? It was the fruit of
Knowledge and
Of good
Yes.
and bad.
good and bad.
yes. It is that fruit that opened his eyes for him to be conscious of what he was.
Mm.
Before then, what state was he in? Was he conscious of who he was, or was he conscious of who he was in the God kind of
God
way?
kind.
He was
You understand?
godly.
But whichever way you answer it, you still go back to what he's saying, that it's only when knowledge is introduced that you become conscious.
But it's separate.
What is separate?
Me, that part, That's what I'm still on that part.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to explain so that we are clear on the separation of man and knowledge. Because if we attach man to knowledge, we create a problem. There are information that you still have to learn. And it's not, when you learn it, it doesn't mean you were aware of it. No, you learned it. You just learned it.
How? Like what? I don't understand.
Like if you hear something that you, like for instance, this is a very conscious conversation, right? So there are aspects of it that you're just piecing together. You're putting puzzles and what. So, but there's something that someone might say that just, it informs. It's not fitting a puzzle that you had already try to figure out or anything like that. It's just complete information. It just informs.
Also, it touches something that's already...
Yeah, but that you had not thought about. Do you get me? So that's why I say information is not, it's not written in code. In man, we have to go towards it. Like for instance, when we say Adam ate the fruit and he knew, we can't have that experience. The experience that Adam had, God had put him in an environment that informed him. You get that? So, because Adam was born older. And the man is born today, boom, he's already naming animals. The man was born with a different kind of awareness, knowledge, and understanding. He knew by the definition of this, and everything that he named, the Bible says it was. So, unfortunately, we have a very low spec of understanding of that. It means so much. When the Bible says he named it this and it was, the word it was, it means what he named it, the behavior of the animal, the characteristic, the things that make that animal lined up. So if he named an animal a giraffe, he literally gave it diet, he gave it.
So let me approach it from the way you're saying it. So you're saying Adam was created with information that he needed to navigate
the environment in which he was. Well, as for us, we have to learn, and the moment we learn it, that's when we have it. So
okay,
we don't have
this too. For Adam, so he's created with information. Okay, they put this man here, he's created. How does he do the naming of animals? How does he become aware of a giraffe first before naming it?
Remember, Adam was not born in a fallen nature. So we have to learn because we are born in a fallen nature.
Yeah, no, I want to learn about
fallen,
Adam
yeah.
before us.
Yeah.
Adam.
So Adam had full stature of himself. So his mind was working 100%. So and us, we only use, 6% of our brain? So Adam was using...
And what does that mean, Adam?
That
for Adam?
Adam means ish.
No. I mean, what does that mean for him, using 100%?
I want to find out... His brain functioned at 100% capability.
No, I get it.
Now remember...
How does that...
Factor out.
Affect, yeah, factor
It means
out.
that there is no processing. There's no point when Adam needed to process.
He never. So how did he name a giraffe?
He already knew. Because remember, if your brain is functioning at 100%, what is it? Einstein. They said his brain worked at what? Was it 7 or 8%? But the man, look at the things that he broke down.
Yeah, I think you see this whole thing of 100%. I don't know if you understand it properly. I was listening to some scientists explaining it. I'm not quite sure how it works. But I'm interested in Adam. How did he do the naming? Did he, when he was there, did he just say all animals are named, or he was looking at this?
By one. He went to an elephant and he explained that this is an elephant.
Yeah.
And in that naming, when he called it that, the animal took on that nature that he spoke. And even to a point where when the fallen nature comes in, animals literally didn't have the diet of animals eating animals, whatnot. They literally fall into that outside of the garden. So Adam, in his environment, he didn't have to deal with predators and all that kind of stuff. They become that after the fallen state. But what he called them, they literally fell into that state.
All right. So he sees an elephant. Then he labels the elephant.
It's an elephant.
Before labeling it, what happens? There's a contact, isn't it, between him and the elephant.
Mm-hmm.
He becomes conscious of the elephant.
Mm-hmm.
Then he gives it a name.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same process as us. There's a certain kind of contact, me and that.
Mm-hmm.
I become aware of that. That information now forms all the content that I've acquired, all the different type of content have formed what I'm calling consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, it was some sort of emptiness. I did not know of any elephant to be called elephant until I meet the elephant. That's why I'm saying the information is important for me to be conscious of the thing that I've
Now, great.
acquired.
That's good. Okay, so which means you calling it an elephant, that's 3. Let's make that 3, right? So we're gonna put up three number points here.
Right.
So you naming it elephant, that's number 3. You are here and you encounter the animal. You haven't gone through number 2. So your encounter will then inform. So your encounter will create these details that will create for you as Adam what you call it.
What are these? What is 2?
Huh?
The accumulation
That's
of
the accumulation
of
process
the information.
of the information. That means, therefore,
No, I cannot. You see, these 2, you can't jump the 2, because my contact with the elephant, that thing, before I even call it elephant, my contact with this thing here is me acquiring, being conscious of it. After looking at it,
yes.
I become conscious of something.
So we are. So that makes it this.
Yeah,
That you become aware of.
I become aware of
Yes.
this. In fact, me looking at something, then there's a clear distinction between me and that.
Mm-hmm.
So there's consciousness between of this and this myself,
Mm-hmm.
because I've known this. Now take away.
No, but this you don't know. This is accumulation only. Remember, this is the naming. This is you.
and this is the elephant.
This
That's the accumulation.
This is the accumulation.
What is this?
You encountering the animal right now, and you are in the process
So
of
this
naming
is this
it.
the animal?
Yes.
You don't know it.
You don't know it.
It's the first time you're
Okay,
seeing it.
let's not use fingers. we have people here. We have 2 people here.
Okay, let me maybe try and explain from what he's saying, right?
Yeah.
He's saying, first of all, when you said, you made an example to say when Adam was naming the animals,
Yeah.
you obviously had to,
See.
right?
Yeah.
At the point when he was seeing them, right? Let's say he didn't know it was an elephant or anything. He had to make sense of what he was seeing, right?
Yeah.
So he says, between the interaction between Adam and the elephant, the information is not there yet.
Oh no, it's there. You know, for you to know that I'm here, is only through information. You've captured all this, the light, touch
Yeah,
me.
But
the
you
elephant
have
does not associate, because I like that you say it like that.
Yeah.
So you've seen a pig, you
Yeah.
have seen a donkey, you have seen a cow,
Yeah.
you have not seen an elephant. So he recognizes the information that he has of what he's going to name this is not this.
The information that is.
The information that he has, pig,
Yeah,
donkey, cow,
Mm-hmm.
hippo, it's not elephant.
Yeah, it's not.
That's why even after naming all these animals, the Bible literally says, and there was none found for Adam. So which means what? Even after seeing all these kinds, something informed him that something is short.
Yeah, and you know what informed him?
The information.
Is all those things that he's acquired. He can
But he
see that
doesn't
there's
know.
no
He didn't know what it was. By the way,
what.
He
Yeah, he
didn't
doesn't.
know.
Yeah, he
didn't
can't
come
be
let me-
conscious of anything that he has.
let me
acquired.
ask you about this question. I think
Yeah.
maybe it will help. So before he names the animals to
Yeah.
say elephant and
Yeah.
lion,
Mm.
right? What information did he use to name them?
Okay, you see the information.
Was it information that he has acquired,
Yeah.
right? And if it's information that he has acquired, at what point does he acquire that information to say elephant or pig,
Yeah.
like you said, right? Because I think this conversation borders on you are saying apart from that information, Adam is not there.
He
Am
is
I
not
catching?
conscious.
He's
of
not conscious, yeah.
That thing, and therefore he cannot even be conscious of himself without the information.
That information.
For example,
yeah.
let me put it this way. I look at you, right?
Mm-hmm.
My very contact with you is information.
Yeah.
Because I'm acquiring, the whole science thing of it. I'm not an expert, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I get the information of this thing, how it looks like, how it sounds, and so on, the whole environment.
Mm.
That is what I'm looking at inside.
Yeah.
I am not looking at anything else but the information.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I label it after. I can call it, you speak Zulu or whatever speak. Elephant is not, Adam never named it elephant because, in Swahili it's called something else or whatever, So I can call it X. You can call it Y.
Mm-hmm.
But the first information is the contact between you and that.
Mm-hmm.
You are aware of their information. Now, all those different information you've gathered,
They make up.
they make up what you are conscious of.
Okay.
You are conscious of the information. Remove all that information. What can you be conscious of?
Okay, now, you see that's where I'm trying to get you
Yeah.
to see that these things are not the same. You see,
Mm.
because you have the information that informs you of how to handle the next one, right? But you don't have the next one.
Yeah.
Yes, you're gonna need this one, so you don't have the next one. So that shows you that there is separation between the human and the information. Your information is continuously gathering.
What is the next
But
one?
your existence is
It's one. So you have your existence is something else. That's why I even brought up the baby. Now, you and me, I think we are on the same.
No, I think we're on the same page. Yeah? I'm still trying to get where you are.
The baby. That's why I brought in the baby to say the baby, when they are born, there is something that informs them. You must learn something.
No,
So
it's not.
that's-
Do they get informed that they must learn?
or answer it this way. Let's put it this way, boss.
Yeah.
What informs a child that they must learn?
Okay, what informs you that you must learn before you even go to a child?
So answering from his perspective, he
Yeah.
says it's the conscious that's there.
No, I'm saying no. Conscience comes after.
Okay, if you are saying no, then what informs the child that this thing that you are looking at is something to be learned and then accumulate that knowledge? What is doing the learning, the accumulation, so that you use it?
Emptiness, you are filling up the emptiness. The emptiness is being
But
filled.
where
What
okay,
is this
so
emptiness?
what is it that is empty?
Well, where there's emptiness, there's nothing.
But
So
what
okay,
is
so
it?
if there's nothing, you are saying that nothing becomes something when the knowledge is introduced.
Now that's consciousness.
So where is the knowledge being introduced to nothing?
Nothing. There's nothing.
But that creates a problem. later
Yeah.
on.
What?
I'll tell you why.
Mm.
Because you see, if you're going to, you see, for us to have, that's where, you see now where that topic, you see, we started this conversation very well. We started this
I'm
conversation.
afraid it's gonna be more than 2 hours.
Okay,
Yeah.
I hope you have enough storage.
Nah, don't worry. It will take, not sure how long, but it will take,
Yeah.
thingy, if it gets full, we'll take it out.
All right.
This is why when I started, I said the human consciousness is very much, it's important where you draw the value. Because I'm getting, we started on the subject matters. When someone comes to that point where they have to answer, right? It is the main source that informs them, or whatever they uphold to, where they got this information that tells them how they will treat other people, right? So now this is where it comes to this thing here. If I perceive that by human conscious you are capable of learning by yourself, I already have a value for you, because you didn't need me to teach you. You see, what will inform you that you don't need to be a teacher over me is not that you would have learned it and you would have perceived. No, it's the fact that this person got there by themselves, or learned, or had an innate God-built thing in them to learn. That's why a child, you don't need to teach them. You don't need to learn this. No, they are already learning.
They don't need to be
They don't
taught
need
to say dada.
information. They don't need information to learn.
But now, what Boss is saying, also, Boss, if I understand, you are saying that is a result of the emptiness.
The emptiness allows information gathering.
Okay, let me bring some close to this piece.
Yeah.
What you call emptiness, is it what you are calling
Consciousness. That's what it's called. Consciousness.
Okay, so he says that what you call emptiness and what you call conscious requires knowledge or information to navigate its existence here. You
I'm
understand?
saying it does not require.
Because, do you see, that's why I said there is a part you are missing out of him. Is that he makes the information part of the person.
But if you make it part, this is the challenge. Like what he's saying, who has said to the child, take this information must inform you.
No one.
No, but if there's no one, then it can't act out of nothing, because you are saying,
No, wait, let me show you. Nothing is not a problem.
Let him finish that.
You are saying that these two are one. If they are one, there's a point where we start learning. Right?
Yeah, well, they are one. Man is information.
Yes,
Take away
okay,
information.
it's information. Man is information, right? If man is information, when I'm born, when do I start accumulating information?
The very second you're born. In fact, too bad, we born already with acquired information from previous, from our parents.
Okay.
The DNA, even the way your hand look like is information.
Would you then disagree with me if I say, I think knowledge informs man of his existence, right? It informs him of something that's already there, but it informs his existence. The existence does not need any information.
Okay,
that I am.
Define existence. What is existence?
Do you see this? I'm gonna come back to, don't worry, I won't forget your question. What is existence, right?
Yeah.
This is why I say, because if you approach life in that manner, that's where people come to the point of devaluing people that are weak in being able to acquire knowledge.
Okay.
Do you see that? So let's say, for example, you go to places like Germany and stuff like that. They devalued people who were disabled because they were not able to acquire knowledge. So we have to see that human conscience that God created in the beginning.
Also, so you're also saying, well, in our culture, I would say there's this spirit of Ubuntu, which has nothing to do with what information. So it speaks of you having the ability to view a human being as almost something that's sacred. You understand? But the challenge with that still, I think from Boss's perspective, that is still information.
Okay.
You see where the challenge is? That is still something that comes as a result of what? Of information. Where I was asking him, I was saying, if he's saying the man is the information, right? And then, because I want to understand it from, and then he says, this information starts from the moment we are born, right? But the challenge is, from the moment we are born, we start acquiring. What informs us to acquire? You say it's the emptiness, right? And I'm thinking, the way I see it, I think we are just calling it different terms. That she is talking about, he calls it conscious. Understand? Because if you think of it, emptiness, what you'd call emptiness, right? It's like, if I was to
That's
take...
what you're calling existence.
Yeah, if I was to take... But let me put it this way. If I was... You see, when I'm doing this, my hand is empty. There's nothing there. Right? What will inform it as to what should be there?
Exactly.
I can use the same example. Say this is the ocean. Your hands here. Without water, is it an ocean?
No.
So that's what I mean. You can't take out the water from the ocean and still call it ocean.
No, but you see where the challenge is with that. I'm saying, if you say this without water is not an ocean, you understand? Look at it as two things that are totally different, because like he said, when you use that, an ocean is not a conscious thing.
Yeah,
right?
no, we just
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
making so.
But for it to make sense, we are saying, but still it speaks of emptiness. So I'm trying to make you see the difference in emptiness. That this emptiness that you are talking about is not the emptiness that you understand to be in the natural. It's an emptiness, right? It's fine. I'm using emptiness because it's a term that you understand it to be.
We can also call consciousness. It's all right.
But he's saying, for some reason, this emptiness, right, that is there. You see, even a child when he's born, if you take that child's hand and put it on the fire, the instant it's born, without having access to any fire, it will pull it out.
Yeah, because of the information.
Yeah, but at what point has it gathered that information to
The
say?
very contact, the
It
very
says-
sense of touching.
Mhm.
There's a contact. There's acquired information of what is happening.
That says pull it out.
Yeah, pull it out.
Okay.
Quiet.
It's acquired, that one.
Yes.
Eh? So what makes it a necessity to acquire that? What that action of pulling out, what is it? When you acquire that knowledge, right? What is that conscious thing that says, okay, we have acquired this and
Get your
this
hand.
has to be interpreted?
Gets like the
Yes.
proper reaction is to move.
Yes,
back.
because that reaction is not taught.
Yeah. No, it's thought actually. It's information. For example, you see babies, right? Kids, when they're born, right? Our tongues. I don't know how you call it in English. You see,
Yeah.
this is small, what do you call it, pallets. These
Mhm.
things we have in on the lip,
On the tongue.
On the tongue.
This small
Yeah,
little-
the thing that helps us test things basically.
Mhm.
They're the most sophisticated because kids, since they're so small, right? So small in size.
Mhm.
When it comes to poison, they would die quickly. So anything, that's why they don't like things that are bitter.
Yeah.
Because associated to the previous, generations, anything bitter generally is poisonous.
Mhm.
So there's that constant reaction of rejecting what is bitter. So information is we are gathering more and more and more information.
So in that, what is doing that gathering? Because if you say that the information is doing the gathering,
Yeah.
so the information is gathering the information.
Yeah, information. There's accumulation happening. Let's
Yeah.
say accumulation is happening. That's what we're calling consciousness.
Yeah.
You see, his place, the thing that's making him skip thing, he's skipping Descartes.
Who?
Descartes
Descartes is a
is a
philosopher.
philosopher.
Yeah.
No, you know why I'm skipping Descartes? Maybe I'm saying the same thing or just a
Yeah.
little bit different. I'm trying to get away from the information
Okay, no
and
problem.
actually.
But do you know
see
why?
it.
Do you know why that becomes that helps?
Mm.
Is that because remember Descartes asked the question,
Mm.
what is the mind? He asked, what is the mind? He asked, is the mind mass or is the mind something else? Is the mind spiritual? Is it what? And he came to this thing that the mind is conscious.
Mhm.
It's beyond the physical thing. Because anything that would, if it is a physical, if it has mass, then it has storage, then it will get full.
Mhm.
But then why is it that the mind in its state doesn't get full? You will learn from now until the day you enter the grave. You'll be learning new things.
Yeah, and you'll be forgetting.
So exactly. So that tells you why I say information is not you. You are not the same with information. It's you're completely different things. That's why you can learn something and identify it as bad, or come to a point where you identify it as bad
Why?
because
Why do you
you are
identify
He
That's
informed.
says it's an accumulation, right?
Yeah.
That informs you that.
Yeah, but saying it's bad, calling it bad or good.
Yeah, so that no. But remember, when you are tipping between what is good in what you acquired,
Yeah.
basically, then it informs you on what you keep.
Yeah.
What the information that you have kept right now
Mm.
are information that you've deemed right. Like for instance, someone comes to you who has been badly damaged to perceive a white person.
Mm.
This person just
Mhm.
a hateful person, just a killer. You know, there are people that they can't get away from that. It's because they were taught something, then they only valued that information.
Mm.
But why is it that you have not valued that information? You might be even in the same environment that's feeding that information and you reject it. So you see, what informs you that information is worth keeping and it keeps to your values is that you keep certain information and then you discard others. So you are not bad information.
So are you saying we all three of us can be exposed to the same information? If all we were was information, why do we turn out different even when we're exposed to the same information?
Yeah, okay. First of all, because what we're talking about is so on such a lower level, I don't know if I call lower or higher level of existence, that we must first see what makes us different from anyone. What makes you different from me? I see you turned out differently.
I think probably it's the way I process the information, the things I come in contact with.
Okay, but you see,
the conclusion that I then come up with.
I want you to go on a lower level.
Yeah.
You process differently, maybe faster or slower. I do maybe faster or slower, it doesn't matter. But processing is happening. We're on the same level there, right? There's a processing happening. Now, how can you be different from me? What makes you different?
On the fundamental level, I'm not different.
Yeah,
but on a value level. So
value is
I think I also understand where he's then saying. So what you are then saying is that on a level of information, like on a conscious level of information, what will make me different from you is the content,
yes.
Right? On the basis level, you and I are not different. We are human beings.
That emptiness is all over.
Yes.
Yeah.
That emptiness, that's why I say that emptiness that you call, I call that conscious. Do you understand? So can it exist apart from knowledge? I think that's where the question is. Can that emptiness...
That's what I'm trying to... That's what I'm hoping we can do practically.
Okay, so what he's saying is that that emptiness, can it hold apart from knowledge?
I'm saying no.
Okay.
I'm saying for it to be there. I'm saying for it to be there, you must not say that it can or cannot. Because you're already interfering with it.
Information.
No, but that's that's an intellectual speaking. You're speaking from a person from perceiving a person who is acquiring knowledge.
Which other way?
But is it possible not to acquire?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
How?
There are people who are mentally handicapped. They're incapable of processing information. A person who goes through a stroke.
Or those who have brain dead.
The senses are gone.
They die so that they are not able to. So you don't want that to define or what is existence.
But he's saying now when you're dead brain, there is no person.
But the conscious is there.
What?
What are you conscious
of? The fact that they are still alive. Because remember, he says, I think, so therefore I am. So the fact that there is aspects of life. Life is in
then
diverse.
Let's agree on this. Conscious is without definition. Because once you give it definition, you are extracting from knowledge.
From something.
Something. Right? So that's why I was saying what you call conscious, you can call it emptiness, but let's agree that it is there. It is there.
It's not information. It's not attached.
It can exist. He says wherever it exists, it's information.
It exists information.
What you can be aware of. What you can be conscious of.
Yeah, but now
information.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's you are then addressing it on another level. If we can agree that it's there, right? It can be there empty. Because you that's what you said.
No, my point is, let's not agree or disagree. Let's see it.
Okay. Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, let's see
you have called it emptiness, right?
Yeah.
It means
I've betrayed it by calling it emptiness.
You've betrayed it.
Yeah.
Or you're saying you didn't do justice to it.
Yeah, but for the sake of argument.
Okay. So, if anything, we are all aware that it is there.
Yeah, we are. In fact, the very fact that we are aware that it is there is us denying
it. Explain.
So, okay, let's take an example.
Take us through it.
Let's take an example. Let's say we're calling it emptiness, which we can also call it nothingness, I guess. Whatever. So, think of nothing.
It's not possible.
It's impossible. I instantly think nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. That means there is something.
Something there.
Yeah.
You see, so information. So basically, what you're trying to picture there.
You see that? That's why I say that you have just proven its existence outside of knowledge.
Outside of knowledge, how?
the fact that I have to address it. Because remember, when you are addressing something, you are acknowledging it. It's like darkness. Like right now, they've CERN. What is it? CERN, the organization that they've put up. I think it's in. Where is it? Zen, Murico, whatever that place is. So basically, they have put up this thing to find dark matter. Now, dark matter doesn't exist, but there's this thing that creates the darkness where there isn't light. So they are looking for that attempt.
So see what I'm trying to say, right? Sorry to cut you. You see, darkness. You're only conscious of darkness through the information. Because as darkness is, you are not conscious of it. You have to capture it first. That's what you call me, darkness or whatever. That's what you're calling you, the information basically. But at the moment of darkness, I'm not denying the fact that there's something more or less. But I'm saying what you are is information. Information of that thing that you're calling is there. Put away that information, that thing now is, but you can never be conscious of it. Man cannot step in it.
So because one is not conscious of it, does it make it non-existent?
Because you've just acknowledged.
Are things only existent because I'm conscious of their existence, or there are certain things that might exist, but because I'm not conscious of them, it does not mean that they are not.
Yeah, that's why we're calling it emptiness. That's why we call it.
Yeah, but are you agreeing
Yeah.
that something can exist, right, without me being conscious of its existence? Then that will
Okay,
separate.
Like what? Let's make an example. Like right now,
Like
we're not looking
like there's
at
a child in the rural areas who doesn't know
there's a
there's
child.
America.
Okay, there's a chat, but what I'm trying to say is that's you playing around with your information.
No. I'm
Yeah.
trying to put you to your point that there is a child. She's in the rural areas. She's never been to America, right?
Yeah.
To her,
The whole world
America doesn't
it's a
exist.
village.
The whole world is a village.
Yeah.
Does that mean that America is not existent? It's not there.
No, America is existent. It's there.
Yeah.
But I'm saying from the child's perspective, all the child is conscious of is the information she has gathered.
But that doesn't mean that's all there is.
Well, as far as you're concerned, as far
Yes.
as your consciousness
So we agree,
is
yeah,
concerned,
that as far as your knowledge can take you,
yeah, as long
it's not
as
the
you are
totality.
there.
Yeah, it's not the totality
Yeah.
of what is
So
in it.
human consciousness then means it's always partial. It's always
in part.
in part.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So therefore, you can never. And to be honest, you
you
are not
see-
seeing the entirety of life in that way.
He keeps proving my point. But he's just, that's why I say there's something he's jumping on thinking. I completely understand him. And he's been there for, you see, as early as 40 minutes here. I said it to you, and you didn't skip. I said, listen, this man, he's saying knowledge and the person are one. And that's where it creates a problem, because there is a person who is going to hang on the fact that they expect this person to have come to that knowledge.
You see,
But are you
don't
agreeing,
you think
though?
it's more important to actually focus on the limitation? Because if you're saying man is always part. Now what we're trying to do is to be...
And by the way, I know you don't read the Bible, but the Bible does say that we see in
In
part.
part.
in part.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not president. So you see, we are part. That's our consciousness. What we are trying to do is to pretend to be whole, to acknowledge the whole. And I'm
We are
saying that's a
striving to
partly
be-
You say, when we say we pretend,
by picturing, by saying there's such a thing, that is a partial movement.
okay.
You are not actually doing it.
You're not
You are
actually
theoretic-
aware of,
Yeah.
okay, no, I
You are
get it.
theoretically getting this. So I'm trying to get away from...
No, you're right when you're saying that you're actually preaching. The Bible says that we see in part. So you might see a vision of something. You always see it in part. It
part.
says
See the
even
whole
nature,
thing.
the way you perceiving nature right now, that's not how nature is like. You are seeing it in part.
Mm-hmm.
You see, so it's to say that I'm in support with what you are saying exactly as you are putting it there. But you can go on. And
so let's try and do this, because you see, consciousness, how my information that I've gathered, how do I play around with it? It's through thinking about it, right?
Yeah.
All these clever arguments we're coming up with here, it's our knowledge. Why?
You've already answered it. We are seeing it in part.
Yeah, but why do we keep on doing
navigation? We do it for navigation because it's going. You have an experience with something, helps your navigation, and then it informs what decisions you make. Like for instance, when a person comes to salvation, what they are seeing is the limitation of their navigation. Meaning, we reached a limit. We reached a maximum limit of how we could go in reaching God. And so God said, Jesus Christ, remove these idiots out of the way. And he created his way. And by creating his way, he came, he died. And then we what? That way back to him, that way of navigation was then restored.
And we're experiencing it again. I keep on saying it in part. It won't be.
So I'm trying to be whole. I'm trying it right now. Let's try, right, and see how first of all difficult it is.
How difficult to
be whole?
To be whole.
Yeah.
Okay, that's exactly.
To stop being partly.
No problem. Let's go back to Adam.
See.
Because remember, we are told we have a common ancestor.
No. Let him take you. Take us, because I think you've taken us through an interesting. Yeah. So you are saying, as you go through this, you are attempting to be whole. Yeah. Take us through that. Yeah.
So we somehow there's something that what we've done so far is to be aware of our limitations.
Yeah.
We are describing the whole, God, emptiness, nothingness, and by the very description, we are making sure we stay part. Right? Now, why?
I think that's what you are.
That's where I answered.
Yeah. That's why is it important to navigate?
Perfect. See, you ask very good questions. The navigation doesn't just inform you of every single step you take. The navigation helps with taking on the difficulties after you've taken the step.
Okay.
Yeah. For some people, they can take the step, but they don't like what that step produces.
Yeah.
And so that's what we call an accident. Boom. They are shocked. It's surprise. It's new. They've never had to have to deal with this thing. And so we strive for whole. We strive to know to navigate. By the way, wholeness is not possible.
No. Well, we don't know. Let's say we don't know.
No, that's where I think that's where. So, how you look at this thing, right? Like what you are saying is, you obviously make sense of something based on the accumulation of knowledge that you already have.
Yeah.
That it's impossible. You are also saying it based on the accumulation of
information.
But he said it's impossible also based on the accumulation of knowledge. But there is a broader reason why he says it's not possible. There's a broader picture. You see? Because why I also thought it was important that we meet like this, right? It's because when you understand something, we always understand it in part. But there's someone who has sort of
expanded.
Do you understand? Because secondly, I've also noticed even when we are speaking in some of our conversations, right? You don't finish 5 sentences without talking about something that the Bible has touched.
Unaware.
I should go to church.
Do you understand? Yeah, unaware. Yeah. So, which surprises me. So, it's like even when we are coming here and we are talking to the driver, right? Yeah. I noticed that there's always this challenge of trying to understand something based on what you have accumulated. And like you say, it will always be limited. So, right now, you might be at a position where you are saying, like what you said, that we are pretending
For communication purposes, we
Yeah,
have to pretend.
yeah. And we are trying to attain this wholesomeness, right? And he then says it's impossible, right? Why do you feel like it's impossible to attain it?
No, I'm not. I'm saying, let's not say it's possible or impossible. Let's do it.
Okay.
Practically.
So I was then going to that he, based on the accumulation of the knowledge he has, says it's impossible, and he will say why, because it's part of a broader information that he has. You understand? So when I come to something and I don't experience it in fullness, I have a way of making sense out of it and feel, I'm here in this body and I get sick. I'm not experiencing health in all its fullness. Why is that? You see? And then someone can ask that question and hit a wall. Then there's someone who has dug deep enough.
The jacket.
Yeah. Then there's someone who has dug deep enough and found out that, okay, the reason why I'm in this body.
Thanks a lot, bro. Thanks a lot, bro.
The reason why I'm in this body and my body requires to be healthy.
Yeah.
Because then health will be the wholesomeness of how I should, but I can't. Why is that? Right? And then someone digs and then they get an answer. And then someone says, no, as long as we are in this body, in this earth, that can't happen. And they stop there. You see? It then necessitates this kind of conversation where you say, okay, this wholesomeness, we want it, we strive it. Why can't we get there?
Okay. Let's start. We'll get to this particular part without talking about it from wholly as a religious topic. But even from
please, go ahead.
We'll go
whatever you're comfortable with. I think it all is the same place.
I'm just saying we'll broaden it all the way philosophical to thinking. Because when you study philosophy, which is one of my thing, one of the courses that I actually took, I think I told you the thing, they did advise, you know what, just get a little bit of the basics of philosophy and just listen to the arguments. It will inform you on how to deal with subject, particularly when it comes to meaning of life and things like that. And when I studied it, I was like, but how does this inform that, you know? But I then saw what they were trying to point at as the pitfalls of these ideas. A lot of the ideas, because they were based around human effort, they struggled to strive beyond that. Because at that point, you are dealing with something that is a little bit way beyond thinking. I was watching a video, 2 days back. The guy was talking about how did they discover the shape of the earth in the beginning. And he spoke about a certain mathematician, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, this guy was thinking on another level. The guy went to a certain location and he spotted the sun and what and the shadow. And the shadow. And I'm like, what? How do you come to that thinking to say that's going to give him the shape of the earth, then it must be round. So how did he come to that thinking, you know? And so, but you start to see that there is a train of thought that one can go, that he actually comes to a pitfall. And so we started from existence. You asked that question. You asked him a question a little bit earlier on. I said I won't forget it because it's very important. You asked, then what is existence, right? And so in creation, in all essence, in creation, there's this period when we didn't need outside of what God had created us for, like within the garden. Man was just created to maintain the garden, nothing else. He had no job. He didn't have to till the ground. He only had to till the ground after he came out, right? And then you go through the cavemen. They still have to tell us when the caveman era was, because when you read history, you just don't see the caveman era. But then you go through the Old Testament and whatnot. You see all the history that happens there. You go to the first century. My favorite period for me, it's after AD 100.
Why?
Because that's the close of the canon of the Bible, right? Now you have everybody dealing with religious texts now. You know, you come to 600 AD, Muhammad is having to deal with the religious texts. And even Muhammad has to acknowledge, no, you know, the Bible that they had back then is the very same Bible that we have today. He validates it. And when we get the scrolls, we now know that those were the very same scrolls that Muhammad had encountered by that period. And so you have a history ethos. It's outside of just being a religious text. It's now history in its sense. But now, what people don't see in the Bible is the history. I don't know if I make sense.
No, you make sense.
There's a tendency of looking at the Bible and just seeing religious texts and not
spiritual,
seeing spiritual, but
yeah,
not.
And you don't see the factual, the actuality of it.
Yeah, there is very few people, patriarchs in the Bible who actually are written without fault. Actually, I think there's only one. In the whole Bible. That's Joseph. His faults are not, there is no fault that's written about him. So when you read his story, it's only his struggles and his reactions. His struggles and his reactions. He becomes governor. He's given this entire book. But everybody else, fault after fault, and fault after fault. And which is such a perfect thing for us to have, because it shows you why I say it's impossible to get there. These people all failed, all of them, all failed. You have the covenant, the Noahic covenant. The Noahic covenant basically comes in at a point when all men on the earth are getting information.
That's the story of Noah, right? Yeah.
They're getting all information from where? From demonic beings. They're interacting with the fallen angels. They're interacting with these beings, and the Bible says, and in all their thinking was evil. Do you know how crazy that is? It says these people could not think of something good. Like every single thought that they do. Now that tells you, it informs you of a interaction with beings outside the world can be very dangerous. It informs you that a ritual practice, all these things. It tells you, like just reading that text only tells you interacting with beings outside can create problems. Noah himself comes out of that. The Bible says he was a righteous man. But the man, the first thing that he does when he comes out, he creates beer, he drinks, he gets drunk.
And his
He
son
was
is
too tired
to
inside.
He was like, he had done too much stress.
surviving with animals.
Imagine taking care of all those.
And so in his nature to finding life at that
Wholesomeness.
period and wholesomeness, he creates a problem. And his daughters have to sleep with Thingy to create kids. Now because they are not thinking, hey, we are few here, we must preserve. And so there's this thing that informs them, our father is the only one that's going to do that. And boom, birth. You now start having this expansion of race and stuff like that. So fault, you see fault. And then what happens throughout the years is that by the time we get to Leviticus, it becomes forbidden to sleep with your sister. Do you see if the evolution has come to a point where now the things that we were doing,
The genetic mutations.
is now such that it's now dangerous to interact. Something that was normal. So you can read at one point when it felt normal, but then now there's this problem. No problem. We go on. We've evolved from that. People are getting away and whatnot. God says, Israel, over here, do not mix with anyone. If you mix in with anyone, I'll punish you. Why? Because he's trying to preserve the genes of this race. He's trying to preserve these people so that he can pull out one out of them. And what you see in the whole Bible, which is something that people always miss, it's God trying to preserve this small little stretch of land. People always have an issue. Man, why is it that the Bible talks, how can the Bible be good? And you see God instructing them to go and kill him. And those people were a threat to these people. And they constantly were trying to overtake the Israelites and take them. For some reason, all these nations, like if you read the Bible, the nature of the history of the Bible, you just see all these people just wanted to take over this place. And they were the smallest. Out of all, there were nations that were bigger than Israel. But they were also obsessed about taking over this thing. Till date. It's the problem. Everybody, Israel is doing what? Israel, why don't they give them the land? That's a big problem. It goes from that period all the way to, it is the one thing that marks time. Like you cannot erase it. And so he creates an identity out of these people. Why? So that he can preserve his true character. So the goal of Israel is to mark what God is like. So they give us these laws, they give us what? The laws are never going to be, you're never going to reach them. Because the laws. Because he says if you break one, you've broken one.
Is reaching that wholeness basically respecting the laws? Is that what you mean by reaching wholeness?
Yes.
So if you follow all those laws, you've reached the wholeness. How? What does that mean? Like how does that factor into your life?
Having, because basically if it's telling you do not
I see that's a very decent, very serious man.
Yeah.
But that's being whole?
Yes. From the perception of what God had created man to be, that would be whole. If you kept all of those, you'd be whole.
No, I'm saying wholeness, the wholeness I'm interested in is not a good human being. I mean, if you this, among us, we know what not to do. I think we can educate people to be, or maybe we can even put them in jail. Some of them will learn.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the wholeness of, that wholeness we were talking from the beginning, where man
finds his way.
What makes man, what you saying, you calling it consciousness, to be that conscious.
The Adam conscious, where you are able to just see and know. Is that?
I think Adam, even when himself was limited, I feel the only entity that would be there is God himself.
Okay.
There's no man who can be there.
So what our wholeness would be reaching God's status.
Which means to me going back to God. That's all. Okay. You can't be with God if you're not there.
Okay. If you're not at that level.
If you're not at that level, I don't see how you can
qualifies you. Because
how would he qualify you?
He has his own means, right? If he has his own means, because he saw. Remember when I said he saw that he had put up the standard so that they would reach it, and then through them having the standard, they were like, "Yeah, this is impossible," right? They were much aware that. So then, the whole thing of Jesus coming was that you don't meet the standard. God creates the standard through Christ. He comes, fulfills it, and he says, "I give you. I'm qualifying all of you through me to show you like we couldn't get to that."
I think let's come back a little bit behind.
Yeah.
So you were saying that you can never get there. So as men, you cannot force your way to that wholeness.
You can't.
You can't.
They tried it in Genesis chapter 6, and they tried to build a tower that reached the heavens.
That was such a stupid way of trying to get there.
But there was something to it.
How?
Because
did they really think they were going to reach God by going out of space?
There's something that they had come in contact, because remember they were talking to demonic
yeah
beings.
Maybe
and so there was some kind of consciousness they were under. God scattered. That's when all languages came about, because he scattered them overnight. When they woke up, he was speaking Zulu, Congolese, Haibo, what's going on? And so he scattered them, and then people started uniting by languages, and then they scattered across the world. So they were trying to get to that state.
Yeah. Okay, so
maybe we should define. That's why I was saying we should define, but by what we mean when we say getting to wholeness.
To that point, point. I think we agree that point is wholeness.
Yeah, we agree on that.
Yeah, we call it wholeness, consciousness, God. I think the battery is running low. Yeah. So we call it consciousness, God, all different names, all these are labels. It's not even it, we're just calling it, right? So we started with what makes me man. For me, as far as I'm concerned, it seems like information plays a very big role into helping me navigate what I'm calling consciousness. Now, why do you ask your question? Why do we feel the need of navigating? What was your answer again?
Is that it informs us, or it makes us confident in whatever steps we take,
Yeah.
and also in our confidence after we've taken the step. So I know either I'm gonna have to resolve it. I know if I have to ask for help. I know it informs how I will act once I'm in a thing. That's why we seek to have information so that it helps navigate.
So information gives us direction.
Yes.
Right? If I have a direction, then I have 2 points, here and there.
Yeah.
Left, right, in the middle also.
Yeah.
Now, if you remove the information, you have no navigation, you have no direction.
Yes.
Now, what is there with no direction?
The existence, conscious.
Which is the whole.
Yeah.
Right, now let's...
Would you call it whole?
No. Follow it through.
Okay.
The way he's explaining it, when he says we remove everything and what remains there, you call it conscious. And then you've established that conscious is the God state of consciousness, right? I think he's also trying to come to a point
where there's something behind.
Yeah, to say, if that is the state, why are we running away from it?
Why are we coming up with all these directions? I'm saying drop the directions. Drop all your navigations, because that's just limiting the wholeness.
Okay, but if...
Are we whole before the information, or is the information that makes us whole?
No.
I think that's what...
No.
Yeah.
Without information, I feel we are whole.
It's the information that...
That
but
structure.
Then what's the value then of acquiring?
Because the way you put it also, I would also apply it
we'll
on...
go back to history.
Yeah, I'll also apply it when you talk about Adam. Adam, before the information of good and evil, he was whole.
Yes, and then he acquired something else.
He acquired information.
Which was a mistake.
Which was a mistake. So
do you see
his approach is saying, are we not also making a mistake by gathering this information? Just like Adam did. Because before the information was fine.
Okay.
Do you understand where it's coming from?
Okay.
But for me to answer your question, I think it boils down to the nature of the information. Adam did have information. So that's why the Bible clearly specifies which information led him to be astray.
Yeah.
Which was what?
The source.
He
had the one from God.
Yeah.
He had the information from God, then he had the information
that he got from the tree.
The information from God, Adam was within God. He was part of that God state.
Yes.
Which to me seems like there was no information. He was one with consciousness. Yeah.
That creates a problem.
Yeah.
Adam was created outside of God's being. Because remember, he created Adam with certain elements that are foreign from God.
All right.
So God created Adam out of clay and stuff, and then he blew the breath of life into him.
But I think what he's referring to is the likeness part.
Yeah, no, the likeness part, I get him.
Yeah.
When he says Adam was part of that
the Godhead.
The God, what do you call
God
it?
state.
God state. That's the thing that I'm saying.
Okay.
There is a bit of a separation there, because if he's part of that, then it makes him God.
No, then if he was not part of it, then the guy was already limited from the very beginning.
Okay, so Adam cannot be our standard then.
Yeah, so then let's not talk about Adam. In fact,
do you see?
No, but you see where the challenging part is if we don't talk about Adam, right?
Yeah.
Is that you are coming to a point where you are saying, look, if we are saying this knowledge that we are acquiring poses so many problems, why are we acquiring it in the first place? Because it is this knowledge that makes you say, I am like this and you are like that.
That's what
you are
makes
black
you
and
man.
you are white, right?
I think we are acquiring it because that's what makes us men.
So apart from it, you are saying, what are we when you remove that knowledge?
You remove that, man is no longer.
No, but you see, that's where the value of being
But it's the wrong value. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
It's the wrong value.
No, the existence part.
Mhm.
Yeah, I get the wrong value comes only with when the information determining which stream of information one has.
Mhm.
We will only devalue each other on the basis of which information. Did this one get?
But he's saying,
Mhm.
whichever angle you look at it from, sorry to speak.
No, please, no, you gotta.
Whichever angle you look at it from,
Yeah.
when you hit that pitfall that you're talking about, there is no information that will bring you to anything closer to what you want to attain.
Mm.
There isn't. So even if you look at it from a biblical perspective, the laws that were put out there, they were not enough. Even the Bible says that the laws that were put there, you could follow them, but they were not enough for you
Follow
to
to be righteous.
to be
Really?
righteous.
Is it?
Yes, the Bible says that.
Mm.
When I keep on saying that every 5 minutes you mention
Quote
things that
something that's
your only
doesn't
the
even-
direction that you need is to find yourself in the context of the Bible. You're just talking Bible, you just don't know it. Nick.
Yeah.
So you say these things, but because you don't have that scope of what the Bible
I
says.
think
Yeah.
it's an advantage. Then now,
Yeah.
if I read the Bible, I think I would be more enlightened.
Yeah, because you are just summarizing what the Bible. So the Bible says it was through the knowledge of don't do this, don't do that, that sin
we
found
knew
its way.
Itself, yeah.
It
It was
informed
through
us.
that. So it can never be that through knowledge again.
You can get back.
Okay, I get what
That's
you
the
mean.
Bible.
Mm.
You see, but you say it without knowing it.
Yeah.
So what he's then saying is, if we then come to that understanding that in the first place it was knowledge that got us into this trouble,
It
right?
cannot be knowledge.
He then says, remove that. The state that we should then be pursuing is this one,
Without
apart.
running for knowledge.
Yes. So he then says, let's stick there and see how we can then.
Yeah,
How
now
do we
let's
get
let's
there?
do it. Let me show you. Yeah, let's see how small we are
Yeah.
as beings.
Okay.
You know, I've met a lot of people. They really think of themselves as really special.
Yeah.
Not as just human beings, but just as human beings are, you know, somewhere
Yeah.
there.
You rise within the ranks that you feel.
Yeah. I feel like we don't put ourselves in our right place, and knowing where you belong is it's a good starting
Yeah.
point, you know. So, right now, information runs through our head through thinking.
Mhm.
We're always thinking about something or another. We acquire something automatically, you know. So right now, we're acquiring so many things, but you just, you know, subconsciously maybe ignoring them because we have to follow a certain path.
Mm.
Now, I'm saying, why can't that stop? That
Acquiring.
constant acquiring and moving, juggling all that knowledge.
Mhm.
What are we afraid of?
I think we are conscious.
See, wait. You just do
I'm
it practically.
thinking.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we are just conscious.
No, wait.
Okay.
Look at it. Take it. Why do you feel compelled? I know it's. I don't want to waste
To
your time with the
refer.
podcast.
No.
Anyway, yeah. But why do you feel compelled? You hear me talking, without. You have no choice but to actually interpret it.
Yeah, I have to revert to what I
To
know.
revert.
Mm.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I
then
get you.
automatically there's a certain answer that should come out of that.
Yeah.
You have
Why
no
do we
choice
do
in
that?
that. Yeah.
Mm.
Without that, what are you?
Or maybe to also answer. So why it almost feels frightening to
Mm.
get to that point to say, okay, you have come to a point where you've realized that this knowledge
Mm.
that you have can only lead you as far.
Mm.
Drop it.
Mm.
That state of dropping it again,
Mm.
it's a biblical thing. So when the Bible talks about dying to self, right? So Paul says you need to die to yourself so that when you are then living, it is
Mm.
no longer you that lives,
Mm.
but Christ that
Mhm.
lives in you.
Mm.
Understand? So it then means the knowledge that follows after. It's no longer knowledge based on you, because we have established that based on what you can come up with, there's
Mm.
nothing good that can come up from there.
Mm.
So the scary thing is this: it's death.
Yeah.
It might not be physical death that he's dying
And
there.
you know who's dying? It's men. The men he knew who's dying.
Yes. So that man dies, and you have
Yeah.
to mourn him inside because you're saying,
Mm.
I had this thing that I held on to.
Yeah.
It's being born again. So
Mm.
so the Bible will call it being born again.
Mm.
And you can't be born again if this other older you has not yet died.
Die.
So you are at the right path. You are saying, listen, we have all agreed that
Knowledge
this path
is
that we are pursuing is destructive. It's the cause of wars. Even if you're to say, let's come up with the United Nations, there are still wars. Even if we say, no, let's have these labs that create medicine and try and help humankind, people are still dying. You understand? So what is it about this knowledge that makes you think we'll eventually get to this whole that we're talking about? And then he says you can't get there. But once you then establish, like every other man who maybe would in their lifetime, they'll get to a point where they realize that I've accumulated everything. I have money. I'm the richest person, but there's
doesn't give me feel like there's something missing. Yeah.
When he gets there, he has to die.
Yeah, has
right?
to leave all that.
Yes. So where again you meet up with him, when you die, there is a value system that you then have to draw from. So you are together. The misunderstanding now is which value system are we drawing from? Because if we say it's the value system from the Bible, so someone who's outside will say that's still information, you know, and we have established that this information still leads to, you understand? And even in saying that, you will have a point, because you can say, okay, I've come to this point, and then I've agreed that the path to take is to be a Christian, and then you're going to get someone who says, well, I'm Muslim. There's still that fight.
Clash again.
There's still
clash
that,
of knowledge.
Yes, there's still that clash. But how then you can, because what you are saying, you come to a problem, then you try and navigate. You come to a problem, try and navigate. At the end of it, you then get to this point where, if there is an end to it, but you get to a point where this challenge, you have gone through them, and when you meet them, you've resolved them. So you then realize that if you have come to a point where you've understood Christianity, you shouldn't have a problem with the Muslim. If you are a Christian and you have a problem with the Muslim, right, then that's not Christianity. If it causes you to fight
it's not,
with another fellow human being because he's a Muslim, that's not Christianity.
And I don't know much about Christianity. I apologize if I'm wrong, but I feel there are very, very few Christians, real Christians.
They are.
Because I feel if you've gotten that far to that wholeness, then you are. When you see a Muslim or a Christian who's fighting, you just see that it's knowledge fighting. It's a fight of knowledge.
And it's the wrong type of knowledge. Because Christianity doesn't call for you to. So there's a verse that says we do not wrestle against flesh and blood. It's in the Bible. So it means if you're a Christian and I'm physically wrestling with you, I'm already disqualified. I'm not a Christian. So again, the challenges that you will have within Christianity is not Christianity in itself. It is the knowledge that has come, crept in, which is the wrong kind of knowledge. And because it has crept in, it has now taken this thing and painted it to be something that it is not. Because for what it is,
people just read, but they don't live
simple
it.
thing that I'm telling is saying our read that verse. Our principalities are not against. It says what?
For we wrestle not against principalities.
For we wrestle not against principalities.
Flesh and blood.
Flesh and blood.
We wrestle against principalities and powers. Rulers of darkness in heavenly places.
So it tells you that wars, they can never be a Christian war. They can never be a situation where you are physically harming someone in the name of Christianity. They can't. So whenever you see someone acting in the name of Christianity and they are doing any of those things, it's not. But again, it's a learning curve. It's one of those things where you see it and then you see it then because you won't get it. You always get it in part.
So wholeness basically through human
effort.
It's
not possible.
It's not
possible. Yeah.
You know, because
I agree.
Because what ends up happening is there's a movie called A Case for Christ. It's a banger, that one. You should check it out. A Case for Christ is a guy who's a journalist, who's an atheist. He's not a believer, nothing. Doesn't want to believe. Doesn't want. It's very important. Doesn't want to believe. And his wife becomes a Christian. And so he's like, you're going to bring problems now, because now I must adopt to your ways. Now you're going to cause problems. So she's like, no, why are you threatened? You know, it's
Do what
chill.
you're doing, yeah.
Yeah, do your thing. We're good here. But he's like, no, it's gonna change me.
He's afraid of changing.
Yeah.
He's afraid of dying.
He's aware, yeah.
Yeah.
He's aware that hey, it's gonna bring problems.
Yeah.
So what he results, I think, yeah, Lee Strobel. I think that's the name of the guy. It's a real story, by the way. So this guy is a journalist, so he's good at investigating things and stuff like that. So he literally, like real life, he literally starts going, investigating Christianity so that he can disprove
Get the true
it,
story.
so that he can disprove it and convert his wife back.
Yeah.
To say this is
To
nonsense.
say this is nonsense. There is no such a thing. But he wants to do it discreet, hiding, not telling her the truth. He pretends that there is a story he's running for there, and he pursues and he pursues. He goes to universities. He questions professors about, what about the nails? It doesn't make sense, but, they tell him, but who told you? Because he's there arguing, but how can you put a nail here? Because here there's only flesh, so it will actually just come out. So that doesn't make sense. Like they're like, but who told you that it was here? If the nail was put, it would have been put here. The Romans were experts at causing suffering. Do you think they would have put a nail here? It's only us who don't know how to make a person how to torture a person that would put a nail here. We think of a nail here, but the nail was probably here because they knew they hit a bone here.
Yes.
And so once you hit a bone, you are carrying the person's whole body right there. And by so doing, the guy literally just breaks down the anatomy of the body and how that entire thing would work, to say, if you're stretching your hands like this, you run out of breath very quickly. And if your body is weighing down, you will die of asphyxiation, because
Yeah, because this part here goes,
yeah, because you fail. And again, to make it worse, they would put nails on your legs, so you could lift yourself up for so much before the pain was just too much. You would just kind of give up and think. So he says, but even after all of that, it only took him saying, it is finished. And he bowed his head. That's when he died. That thing couldn't kill him still and stuff. And he says, and so the guy keeps asking questions. The journalist keeps asking questions. And then the doctor looks at him and says, my chief, you are not asking questions because you want answers. You are asking questions because you just want to ask questions. So how much questions gives enough answers? And that's when the guy goes back home and he just breaks down. And he starts crying. So the wife finds him. Hey, chief, what happened? He says, I've tried to disprove this thing. That's a real story, by the way. And he says, I've tried to disprove. So that human effort, it came to a point where it broke him. Because he's trying human effort to come to a point where no. And if you chase that route, you will find enough information that will keep you busy.
Your whole entire lifetime.
Yeah, juggling information.
I remember watching the Zeitgeist documentary. They are trying to make a case for, Jesus' life is fake, and they put up all the stories, the birth was fake, there were other people that were born on that time, the death was fake, there were other people that died on that time, all the miracle stories. But you go to those cultures where they claim those stories come from, it's a lie. They say Buddha was also born around that same time. You go to the Buddhist, there is no such a thing. They say so-and-so used to do miracles. They name some people who used to supposedly do miracles. You go to those histories, there is no such a thing. It doesn't even say that person, when that person was born, nothing. So they started making up information. And there are people that literally use the information from that. And so human effort by itself, the problem is that we like a soft cushion. And we create a soft cushion in us to find him wholeness. And unfortunately, Proverbs, what is Proverbs about? Proverbs is a teacher writing about how one person had exhausted himself in finding wholeness elsewhere. So when you're reading Proverbs, it's literally just teaching from observing
Saran that I was reading to you when you came that says stolen water is sweet.
Yeah,
He's just observing and,
that's a good one.
and saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what I also like about this interaction is that I'm quite impressed that you come to these conclusions outside of the Bible. Because someone has to read the Bible to then find out that through my own effort, I can't attain that level, you know, and that person only gets saved because they've opened the Bible. They get to be stopped on that path of trying to attain that goodness by reading it. But you sit here, you have seen that. No,
Chief, look at how the danger of that pursuit. You have people like the history guys like Sir Charles and so forth and whatnot. These guys, they even go as far as joining cultism.
Now we have a thing of Satanists, like people that they worship Satan, I guess. So it's the opposite of Christianity, I guess.
Yes.
You know, I find it, you know, if I was a very religious person, why would I go to the losing side first of all?
they don't believe it is.
But that's the thing.
They don't believe it's real then.
No, they have their, I think they have their own understanding of the whole story behind Satan and what he symbolizes. They have their own
Itself, like to them, is a liberator of self.
Yeah.
To them, like if you read the text, which I don't advise.
No,
Rosa
I'm
Christian.
scared.
You're
I'm
very
terrified
scared.
of knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are aware because you are aware
Yeah.
of the dangers of it. You know, Rosa Christian knowledge and like stuff like that. They say they look at it like if you listen to let's not even go too far. The danger of knowledge at its peak of success. Chris Brown, Fallen Angel. If you read the lyrics of that song,
No.
let's open them.
Is it a song by him?
When was that? Which year was it? Some of these songs I used to listen to them before I speak English, you know, so I wouldn't understand what the heck he was saying.
But you know Chris, right?
Yeah, I know Chris Brown.
Yeah.
But now, while you're still searching, you were suggesting this point where, okay, if we go back, having removed this knowledge that we all have come to a conclusion that it can only take you that far. In your attempt to do that, what have you?
I see the impossibility of it first. That literally I'm just a bunch of knowledge. But that's what I'm aware of. Anything else I can think of is a very clever way for my mind to play around with my knowledge. You know, it's concoct. So that's seeing how small I am as a human being.
By the way, we were about to go there.
That's why I'm saying that. And it's funny, even myself, right? I've got to that point where there's this picture I have on my phone. So it shows the planets and then it shows Earth. So Earth is this. It's small when you compare to the other ones, and then there's an arrow that says that's you.
Yeah.
So when you look at these other things, and then you say that's me, there, it really humbles you. Even if you're not thinking of anything else, even on a physical scale level, right?
Yeah.
It puts you in a place where you realize that, in the grand scheme of things, I am small. But am I small because of what I perceive myself to be? Based on the knowledge that I have, because I do not realize what really I am, or am I really, really small? So it goes that to that point, and when you get there, because even when you realize that you are small, it's a humbling experience. That even in dealing with other people, it teaches you
how to value people.
Yes, how to value people. It helps you, and again, Christianity talks about being humble. It says pride comes before a fall.
Pride what?
Pride comes before the fall.
Right.
So whenever you see yourself being pride, you must know it's tender. And it talks about how if you are this person who carries themselves as a servant, you are actually the greater amongst which is not the case in everyday knowledge. You have to be boss.
But you see how intelligent that is, first of all, how things seem to be almost contradictory, opposite. So by you know, a powerful man looks at you, he's like, this small man, he can whip you. I grew up around soldiers, so I used to see some of them being whipped all the time. You can never imagine how small they feel, you know. They, when they walk around with the big guns, you know, everybody's scared. But now when they're being whipped, when they did something wrong, you know, you see how small they are. So we are small in so many different ways, you know. In front of Zuma or right now we are nothing. Instinctively you go there. You know, you put it even scientifically on that level, we are very small. But a man who's humble enough to see that actually the best approach to life is to serve, right? He's become great by making himself small, by seeing his right place, I guess, right? So could it not be the same approach that by putting knowledge in its right place, the other automatically arises, the bigger?
So, wait, so is it not right to say, which means there would have been a process of acquiring?
Yeah, acquiring, that's all we know, accumulation.
Yeah, which you're going to do anyways.
Yeah.
So by putting it in its right place,
Is seeing that you are stuck with the accumulation.
yeah.
Because you see, when you say I'm going to remove the accumulation, that's another kind of accumulation. You know, it's like, you know, I'm going to do this. You know, you're building up another sort of knowledge. But now, if you see that every movement that you're making is accumulation, is knowledge.
It puts you in a position where you're stuck.
You're stuck.
Yeah.
And
but
then
now,
the grace of God, I guess, now you wait.
But now when you do it in part, and that part is the right part, it puts you on a right path.
Like what? Which part?
I'm saying the part we have established that there's this part that we can all agree on, that knowledge.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Knowledge as we know it, nothing good can come from it.
Yeah, anything good is just among us, superficial.
Yes, it's just superficial, yeah. We've established that, which is part of this whole. It's not everything, no, it's just part. Yeah. So I think even in accumulation, it's not necessary that you always accumulate something that will be far removed from this part. So when you say something is part, it means there's another part of it that's not.
It's continuous.
Yes.
That's what we were saying. Navigate.
Yes, we just
left, right.
We just navigate.
What happens when you stop?
You die.
Yeah.
Die.
Aren't we looking for death here?
But what kind of death?
No, we I still have many years.
No, it's not that
psychological.
That's psychological, and that's the scary part that was saying, that people are really scared. Now you're saying these experiences that I hold dear, you are saying I must do away with them. Maybe you have a good experience when you're at a strip club, or you have this experience when you know people have their own thing that they when they're sleeping there in the house, they just smile and think. So when
even more serious, I am a Muslim. I have all the Quran, the knowledge of the Quran.
Yeah.
Even if it's guiding me through the ultimate, but realizing that this is it's blocking me.
Yeah,
it can only take me as far. At some point, I have to actually touch God.
Yes.
You know, God has to touch me. No, I don't think you can touch God. God touches you.
So. Then the challenge becomes that once you realize that your knowledge has ended, you have to be humble enough to pull it down and die.
Yeah.
And for others, that's when they enthrone themselves.
Yeah, and die.
Enthrone.
Yeah. That's when the teachers arrive.
Yeah.
That's when they feel like they've acquired enough to come in.
So in a way, you're saying that state also is, for some, it becomes a state of power because you've actually come to the knowledge of something that you can use against other people.
Yes. But I call that is the evil of knowledge. You know what? I feel like what happened is there's been a contact.
You're right. It is.
There's been a contact. Instead of coming out of the contact with something good, you know, beautiful, you come out with a certain kind of knowledge, you know, because you've somehow, I don't know how these pastors do it, really. I don't know anything about it, but it seems like if you're serious enough about this thing, really, really serious, that, you know, you have some sort of contact, there's some benefit that you can get from and so on. But I think a man who focuses on the benefits is an evil man. That's the definition of evil. Because how can you use something whole partly?
Yeah.
How are you gonna do that?
So again, bringing in the Bible says, so it talks about those who have also come to the knowledge of this. It says those people make merchandise of brethren. So they make profit.
Of the brethren.
Yeah, they make profit out of those that don't know.
So they learn something.
Yeah.
And then exactly as you
As they are saying it.
they take it and they
use it exactly as they craft it to do evil.
So
I think those are the most
they'll come
dangerous
and say,
people in the world.
buy this phone cover. It's anointed. So meaning God will use this cover. Every call that you make, holy, approved. You have acceleration in your life.
So
they'll find something that they can twist. Oh, you are bathing, no problem. You have holy soap.
I heard of holy petrol as well.
It doesn't run out when you pour it.
So that's the dangers of that level at which once they have acquired something. Of course, then they know there is the aspect of the miraculous out of it. And so what they do is they can go maybe to some corner or somewhere dodgy and they go get whatever they get so that they can make it look like they have that. So if there's something miraculous in the Bible, where something unexplainable, basically, they'll go and get whatever they get from a nyanga or a juju or something like that, and then they'll take that so that they can authenticate themselves.
In fact, basically what you are saying is these people have come to a certain knowledge, right? Like what we are discussing now, that you arrive at a point and you see certain things. Like what you are saying, you get contact. It's not every man that gets there. You arrive at that point and then it hits you. And when you see it, you can either go down or you can either go up. You see? But because they've seen it, some see it for what it is, right? But when they bring it to you, it is that, but it's twisted.
I think those people never saw it.
So it's a miracle.
No, they saw it.
They saw it.
They
but
must have seen something partial.
No, maybe, no.
Because you see, look, bro, if I see the whole, first, for me to get to the whole is realizing that I can't get to it by force. It's not my doing. So it gets to me. I don't get to it.
You see, you have a pure spirit. You have a pure.
It does.
You have a clean conscience. Let me say that. You have a clean conscience. But those people, when they get there, the greed arises. So you can't. You see, the one thing.
Maybe they get there without even learning about themselves. Like, why am I greedy? Why am I jealous?
Because remember, for you to really accept the devil, you have to be aware of self.
The self is the devil. That's what I would call. This idea of me, knowledge, accumulated through knowledge. I'm always plotting. I'm afraid.
Yeah, but now we're talking about the direct devil. Yes, the self has this fallen state. We call that a fallen state. By the way. You talk Bible.
It does.
The nature of fallen man is what the devil depicts.
Okay.
And so, when they finally realize, like when he's saying, when they get to that point, they see no other way. And so than to go all.
I think maybe you are also looking at it like what you said from a pure conscious perspective, where you think, okay, if I've arrived at this, it's like someone, if you discover that there is a minefield there, right? You are at a village and you realize that this minefield has gold enough to benefit the village. You have two options. You can keep it to yourself.
Keep it to myself.
But just because you found something good,
it's too beautiful to keep it to yourself.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that you then do good with it. You see? So this impact, again, it also solidifies what we are saying. Just because you have come into contact with it, it's still not whole. You see it in part. You see in part that there's something great that can happen here.
The realization of the whole is a partly action, maybe.
Yes, it's a partly action. It will never be in its fullness, because even the pastor who says, "Come, I will lay hands on you, and you are going to get healed," he gets sick also.
Yeah.
He might miss a service because he's sick.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't necessarily mean that when he's saying there's healing in that which he preaches, he's lying. No, it's because everything is in part.
Mm.
But what I also love about this is that if someone else was to tell you this, you know, if you're just an ordinary person, you'd say, no, there's no such thing.
Mm.
But you have come to a point where you've realized that most things in life are just in part. A lot of people have a difficult understanding that.
Mm.
So even in you understanding Christianity and who God is, you can never because to understand something fully is to become it. I think for me,
that's exactly what I mean.
if you understand God fully,
you
shouldn't become God.
Yeah.
You understand? So even now we see who God is in part. You know?
See, that's why I was saying. I don't know. Maybe I apologize to all the religious people. As my son, I'll be a bit blasphemous. That's why I'm putting a clear distinction of who is man and when man is not. Because I feel part actions is man. That's what we are.
Yeah.
We will never get out of this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going anywhere. I feel like we're almost stuck in hell because we are always acting partially.
In hell.
Yeah, well, we are.
Okay.
I don't see this
Okay.
going anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, because man seems to be
Or the
going
strife of
Yeah.
man,
Mm.
basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
generation after generation. I mean, wars we deal with that with wars forever. So it's gonna go on and on and on this way or another.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you removing that knowledge, the contact with the whole, is when you are no longer, you are dead.
Mm-hmm.
Man is no longer.
Mhm.
Then the other is, and I'm talking about God is.
Mhm.
I'm not saying I am God. I'm saying for me to be in touch with God,
You
I
have to
cannot
be-
approach. Yeah, I cannot approach God as a man.
Yeah.
There is an alignment to what
Yeah,
God
you have
is.
to be at I think what he's trying to explain again, I obviously don't have the right words to describe
We
it.
know we can
You
never
understand?
have it,
Because even me describing it is
Yeah,
me
yeah.
describing in part.
No, I know
But
the limitation.
I also want to go back even to the Bible. So the Bible says when that time comes,
Mm,
right, this body
mm.
will be transformed. I don't know what it will be transformed
Put on
into.
immortality. That's what it says.
You see,
Mm.
and God is also immortal
Mhm.
because so it almost as if like it's an alignment. We are going to be aligned
Mm.
to the that state in which God wants us to be in.
Mm.
But as to what that alignment is,
Um,
if I tell you, I'd be lying
Yeah,
because
you
I'm
will be
seeing it
lying.
in part.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so that's why again when you then read the Bible and Jesus is talking about how heaven is like, so there is this group of teachers who come and they try and trick him out of asking him that there was this woman, right?
Mm.
So this woman got married and then the husband died. When the husband died, the brother took over, right?
Mm.
The brother also died,
person.
another brother took over. So these guys asked him and said, okay, when we get to heaven,
Who's wife?
whose wife is it going to be? You understand? Then Jesus says, you're asking these questions because you have no understanding of how it's like there up in
Yeah,
heaven.
it's like that.
There's
yeah.
no marriage there.
Mm.
There is, and as you read further, it then tells you that in heaven there's no male, there's no female.
Mm.
You know, there is no all these things, and then it then forces you
That
to kind of
create an an identity.
yeah, it forces you
Mm.
to kind of then think that if in heaven there's no female and there's no male, there's no getting married, there's no getting divorced, what is there? Understand?
Mhm.
And so if you find someone that is then able to answer you, that person is already living heaven. You
Mm.
understand? But we already know that that part is not like it is here.
Yeah.
Because if there's female and there's male, then heaven is still earth because there's still that division
Yeah.
to say you are female and I am male.
Mm.
And they'll always say, okay, female, if you are female, your place is in the kitchen. Or if you are female, there are certain things that are attached. You know how people
Yeah,
just
yeah.
try and, you
Yeah,
know,
divide,
divide
yeah.
and stuff like that. But we know there's no division.
Mm.
And again, this is just, I'm not saying this as a biblical thing, I'm just saying it,
Mm.
right? If there is no division in heaven, right, it means that barricade between God and myself, there is this alignment
Mm.
where whatever I am conforms
Mm.
to that which God requires of me to be. You
That's
understand?
biblical.
Yes. Is it biblical? Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
Mm.
But it says that. You know the danger with information, right, is because people don't want to admit that there are certain things that we don't know. You can't know everything.
That's the biggest problem.
Yeah.
Why is it that men always want to know? We've given knowledge so much importance.
Yeah.
I'm thinking there's
goodness.
a problem somewhere there. We've given knowledge so much importance, we cannot live without it. Because without it, what do you have? We can't stand that sort of, there's nothing.
Notification, that's why notifications are such a big, it's like
Yeah.
what's happening.
But is there okay? So again, let's explore that. Is there anything wrong with living outside of knowledge? Why is it so much of a fearful thing?
Because you are playing with death.
Yeah, it's without. I think it's written in human. Because remember, that's the whole thing with Enoch and with the Ethiopian eunuch. And
Yeah.
thing.
What
Is
about
that
them?
So in the book of Acts, he comes to. He's just coming from Jerusalem.
Mm.
He was just there now.
Mm.
Nobody told him about Jesus. So now all of a sudden he's reading a text he's not understanding, and an apostle appears next to him, Philip, and the Holy Spirit translated him. By the way, it speaks about something that only happens to him in the Bible. He's one place and then poof, he's translated to be in another place. And when he gets there, so that he can help this guy, he's reading something and he doesn't
understand it. Yeah.
like, what is this? What am I reading? And he says, no, the text you are reading is actually about the coming of the Messiah. And so the Bible says he began to tell him from there. You see? And so that tells you limit.
Yeah.
And the dangers of limit.
But now, isn't it scary now when you put it that way? Because now you have to admit that you can't come to the knowledge of God through knowledge.
You can't come to God through knowledge of Him.
Yeah,
When I say knowledge, I'm saying you can't study about,
About
and then
God and then say-
with that, because even this is biblical. Because without the Spirit, the Bible becomes a novel.
Yes.
It's not everyone that opens it that is going
That
to,
understands.
So it goes back. We are actually in agreement that it feels that as long as you are this person who's saying my knowledge is you're gonna be in trouble.
In fact, not
But
even.
having admitted that,
Yeah.
why are we then saying we have come to that realization? Why is it difficult to discard it altogether and say, let me put this and play around this and see?
I suspect, I don't know, I could be wrong, but that's why we were in disagreement at first.
Yeah.
I suspect you don't want to do that. It isn't that you have to give up your knowledge. You are knowledge. So giving up knowledge is giving up and dying to yourself.
So it's because someone then has a different understanding of what that calls for.
Yeah. No, in fact, I feel maybe deep down we know. Because have you ever noticed when you sit down,
You just
how
don't
much you start,
runs in your head.
even what you call problems. She did this to me, or they stole my money. You'd rather have those than...
Because the more I think about it, the more I realize that the Bible has so many verses that try and tell you that stay away from knowledge. So there's this, when it talks about faith, that faith is
It's the hearing and the hearing
of things not seen.
Oh,
The
faith
faith
is a substance of
things not seen.
evidence.
So evidence of things. So what that says, the Bible is trying to show you that if you depend on what you are seeing, you will be very limited. If you really want to see, don't see
yourself.
Yeah, so it's almost when you see something, you are absent from what you might also be able to see. So the very fact of seeing limits you.
You see, it goes away. See, we are three right now, right? By nature, we are already limited. Because his point of view, your point of view, and my point of view, even physically, visually, is different. Which means we are never seeing things exactly in its entirety. Right?
We are seeing them in the limitation, of our own.
Perhaps if you close our eyes, we can at least agree that we are seeing darkness.
Yeah, someone will say, no, I'm seeing visions. But
and the Bible also talks about that, where it says if people are in agreement, if
can three walk?
If we are there's power in agreement. So if we stand and say this thing is like this, the Bible says you can establish something there.
Mm.
So it also goes back, even if you look at it from a physical perspective, a thing is established through 3 witnesses.
Yeah.
You see?
The first who sees,
Yeah.
the second confirms, and the third can judge
Yeah.
the 2 of them.
So we think that only stops in the physical,
Mm.
but they're saying even in the realm of the
The realm
spirit,
of the-
if we agree and say, today, this is what we are going to pray for and want to happen.
Mm.
If we are in that agreement, then that thing becomes established.
Mm.
You see, but it's things that if you approach, like I said, if you approach with knowledge,
You've
you
lost.
miss them. And it's
You've already
scary
lost.
if you pause for a minute and think that if knowledge limits me to that much, you would stop even saying to yourself, you know.
Yeah. Now, which means what? You are learning.
Yes.
You've started
So
really learning.
yes, it creates capacity for you
learn. You have
to learn.
space.
And because I think the other challenging thing is that we live in a world that has so much information from every source, your phone, your TV, and stuff like that. And we think we are going somewhere, but we are actually going back. And it goes back to also what we always talk about, that if you are always doing what you know, you are really not progressing. And I said, you are just taking the past and putting it here, taking the past and putting it here, you know? And it's the same thing as you try and pursue God, because God is not something that was, it's how I understand it, that is just back there.
No, it's very much
Yeah,
present.
yes, it's very much present. But why is that your understanding of Him is so much
Yeah, you
there?
take him too far away.
You know, you're taking Him to,
Yeah.
even when you speak about Him, is He not doing anything new? Like, is there nothing happening? You're just telling me about back.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you don't go back to verses and stuff. That's important for you to know.
No, it has-
yeah. But I'm
Just
saying
like
now,
knowing how
if
to
God,
drive,
yeah,
you need the knowledge.
yes, but
to
if
some
God
extent.
to you is Abraham, is Adam, is it almost sounds like you're talking about someone who's dead. You understand? Because this is not an entity that resides at some back of somewhere, you know, and it connects with the issue of knowledge. That even if you look at these mystic people, the ones that do their funny stuff, you know, they tell you when you're meditating,
You are ascending.
yeah, when you're meditating, take away your mind from. They've noticed that there is power in removing knowledge of what you know. And even in Christianity, when they are praying, they want you to be at a certain level. They want you to discard certain things and say, don't come here with your, you know, because at that point, they know at that point a human being possesses certain abilities when they remove themselves of that knowledge. Because someone will tell you, do you believe? He wants you to be at a certain state. Do you believe this thing I'm telling you? Maybe at that moment you didn't believe because of A, B, C, D. He's saying, throw that away. Do you believe that I can pray for you and I can actually make you whole? If you say yes, it means you have stopped believing that it can't be done. If you ever believe that it's impossible, you have. And let's say you're a doctor and you're saying, do you believe? It means you're throwing away your doctorate.
Whole life.
You see? Yet, again, I feel there is power at that state. But why, as human beings, do we always try and run away from it?
I think we should explore, being arrested, that we should explore the nature of that state, even though we are limited. But can we use our limitation to try and find out that state? What's its qualities? How does it even arise? I think
The faith state,
I
basically.
guess we're talking about God. Let's just say, let's call it God.
So do you
We
see now?
discuss
Do
God.
you see this conversation has gone full circle? Because that state for me is conscious.
So God is consciousness.
No. If we just only put God as consciousness, no, I'm talking about you at that state where you are not trying to use your knowledge to navigate, and you are just in faith.
It's God.
It's God.
And it's funny that you should actually say that. We've had this conversation with, you remember when you spoke about it, and almost everyone arrives at that point, right? That state where Well, some say it's God, and then someone will say it's the closest to the godly state. That's why, like, when you talk about a child, that the child is innocent, you know, the child is closer to the what would typically refer to as the godly state, you know. And even now in doing this, we are already discussing what that state is. So it's also a state that sees no division, you know.
Even in time.
Yes, even in and it's fun. So even if you look at it biblical, it says when it talks about God and time, that is the same yesterday, today, and that to him a day is like 1,000 years. He doesn't calculate the time like we do. So you are right when you say even that state, there's no tomorrow, there's no yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, there's no 2024, there's no 1982.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you see with that, and we're going back to this thing of exploring thing. If God is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow, right? And we're saying when you are at that state of faith, you are closest to God's state. You're not God. You are closest to that God state in which God wants you, basically. Then that tells you that there has to be an introspection of what knowledge is valid yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
But doesn't the introduction of or it depends on the
no, because remember we've established that there is some type of knowledge you will have that's consistent
in that state. Yeah.
It's consistent with what?
No matter where you are.
Like what? No, is
Your
knowledge
boss.
consistent?
Yes.
Certain
Really?
type. Certain type.
What?
There is certain type of knowledge that's consistent.
Like what?
You are a man.
Yeah, well, I guess all knowledge in that sense then is consistent.
Yes. So there's knowledge when it pertains to identity and so forth. That's
Consistent.
very consistent. He's God. Doesn't change. Jesus is Savior. Doesn't change. So it's water. So there's that very much identity type of things. I'm not talking about decisional things. Decisional things, they change. You see a robot, you still have to react on the basis of what is the robot saying, what not. That's not the talk. That's not the kind I'm talking about. So there's that knowledge that's very much consistent in things.
So are you saying in that state, the one that we are talking about, it becomes
Fixed
important that we establish our identity, because then our identity there is consistent.
Yes, with everything around you.
And if I'm gathering then what you are saying, you are also saying at that state your perception of time, there is no...
It's consistent.
Because for me, you know how I reason some of these things like gift and pause. You know how I think of it? While I will even agree to that. So at that state, make an example of someone who has tried to be the perfect Christian. They see into the future. You understand? That is not something that is there when you are away from that state. You are saying that state is no time, right?
That state to me feels like creation.
Yes. So someone can see far off, right? Because of that, they are in that state.
No, the way I feel...
It's not bound.
Yeah, it's not bound. It's not bound by time.
The way I feel, I reject all knowledge. I will not accept any knowledge that we have to accumulate.
But what will you remain with?
You see, it goes back to identity. You see,
Yeah.
where this, that's why I'm saying, in that state, there is consistency in knowledge. So what is it that's consistent?
Okay, let's try the example of...
I think that's the part that we'll never agree or see.
We
Yeah.
never,
I think the only consistent thing is the state. Knowledge is
Falls away.
partial.
but
it falls.
okay, but
Yeah.
but if okay,
Because tomorrow, look, we're coming up with all this crazy technology. Soon we'll have man robot or something.
but that's timed.
yeah, that's
So
time.
when what then do we agree on that there has to be something that's consistent?
That is the state. That is God.
But it can't be that, because remember the state is timed, because it is not. Yes, we are saying, we are agreeing that it's today, tomorrow, and thing. God functions outside of it, right?
Mm.
Yeah, in the beginning. So the very fact that you say in the beginning, there is time there. So there is a future, there is a past to speak of. So he exists outside of that time.
Yeah.
So in that state, it's only us. It's only human existence.
Time is bounded to man.
Yes.
Man
not God.
is the reflection of time through his knowledge even.
Okay. So there has to be something consistent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, let's take an example. Time is continuation.
Yes.
Beginning, gone, forever. Now, remove beginning, remove an end. Has there ever been a thing?
God.
They
No,
can't.
when did
presence-
it come?
The very present implies past.
The very present
It
implies past. How? How do you know of the past right now?
Okay. You know of the past in the sense that continuity. The
Yeah.
continuity
Through knowledge,
informs
through thought.
you. Yes.
So that's what I'm saying, right? Thought, which is you, man, is time, the creation of yesterday. Otherwise, you wouldn't know of yesterday. How would you know of yesterday if you're not recalling something? Another present.
Yeah,
No, no.
time is a
Uh-uh.
yeah. No,
let's
go on.
keep
Okay.
him. I want to keep him in the present. Let's. Actually, we've removed past. We've removed future.
Yeah.
You said what thing
Yeah.
exists in there? It's present.
Yeah. How are you aware of the present?
Exactly. So
Yeah.
let's define that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I said, well, if we're acknowledging present, let's remove the idea of how you perceive it. So let's remove thought. What makes this moment?
Yeah. How do you know this moment?
So
I'm conscious
so you
of
see
it.
the
Yeah, you're conscious
existence
of it.
the existence of the present implies that there is everything. There's a surrounding, the whatnot outside of thought, outside of you. Because just in
Is
case
it outside of you?
no, it implies that there's something else outside. Because
Yeah,
remember,
yeah.
time, you use other things as a reference point
Yeah.
for time. So present, that's why I say we can define time outside of your perception of
Yes.
yesterday,
Yes,
our
and
state,
past, yeah.
something,
Yeah.
right? So that already it binds
Present.
Mm.
by looking at everything else in its existence. If water is flowing,
Mm-hmm.
there's the source, there's the place where it goes, there's an easier route, as they might call it, and there are things that restrict it and stuff like that. And so, in its present state, what is it? What is that present?
Okay, so this is how I look at it. Water is flowing. Man is limited into seeing movement of the source. He can never see the source and the end at the same time.
Oh yeah,
You see?
good one.
So as we are going, this is what we
The
are.
alpha and the omega. Yeah.
You know what? There are people you cannot challenge to that.
Serious.
So,
Yeah, no, you don't know. There are people who have never thought that you can interpret time, present, outside of past and future. There are people that you see, because you see, the moment you said movement, I was like, there are people people you cannot get to acknowledge what does the present look like outside of thought.
yeah, well, how can they even be aware of that? That's the question. Because you see, man can't see the entirety of time. Well, let's use the example, use the river flowing, right? He can only see the source, or he can go at the end,
Can
or
be
he
at
can
one
go in the
place
middle.
at
You
a
know, him discovering time is what we call. Well, him discovering the river is what we call time, beginning, middle, and so on and so on. Now, when the source is the end, which we're talking about God now, is there time at all? There's no time. The beginning is the end, which means time has never been there in the first place. We are the representation. Through us, time can be.
Time exists.
Yeah. Through us, space can be. Because time is space also, right? Me here, going to that cupboard. I need time to go to it. So time and space is which is man, which is everything, which is voice, language, all of that. Now, we saying all that is time. Take away that, then we are talking about something man can't even begin to fathom.
Because that's what I feel like. Do you see? That's what I feel like. Defining that, it's where there's a consistency. Do you get what I mean? Defining what is that man doesn't see or perceive. That's consistent.
And you probably,
because it's here, it's there, it's everywhere.
And what are the implications of that consistency?
That's what I'm trying to.
And also, could it be that defining that, the only way for me to define that is by seeing my limitation, seeing this. That is the only way. Because any other approach of defining this so-called other thing is,
it's madness.
My stupidity, basically.
Yeah, it's madness. It creates. This guy. There are people you can't challenge on that.
Yeah, what I love about Boss, the things that he has come to the knowledge of, like I said,
to broaden himself to.
Some people had to, read and go through this. You understand? And for him to come there and realize these things without
as we realize it because of the Bible.
As we to.
So, because finite with the importance of limitation, right? The importance of limitation implies that you are able to, you have human will, you allow human will.
Yeah, you are living.
Yeah. And
that's part of.
Yeah, that's what
living is.
That's what living is.
That gives freedom of life. You get human rights from thinking like that, from thinking of what is the present. The present is that Willie is somewhere else. He has his he's gonna have a wife.
I have my chicken lick.
He's gonna have a chicken lick after that.
Sounds pretentious. Sounds like something specially made for us to just drop on it.
So that present is what creates our perception of value, basically. In my view, because I will value whatever you're contributing wherever you are, because presently I'm limited in that I need time, and the gravity just won't let me be here and there.
Yeah.
So you understand the whole scope of thing,
I have a scope. So you see, the very idea of a person saying I'm spiritual. Do you see what they're doing? When a person implies that they are spiritual,
they're putting themselves
here and there.
And you see, you know how this thing is so full circle. Even when someone says, "I love you," right, to let you know of that information, he's abandoned the loving a long time ago. He's just describing something that he's abandoned.
He's loving, now separate from it.
Yeah, loving can't be described. It can't be, by the time you know it, you've abandoned. You left it. So that's how small we are.
So are you then saying all this makes sense when you come to a point where you acknowledge the limitations?
Only through, I don't know, maybe you have a different way. I don't know how. I took another approach.
We're in the same boat there. You see, because the finite human in his state has to resort to that.
It's all he has.
Yeah, no, there's nothing else.
That's his identity.
Yeah.
So then any human who says otherwise,
that's an evil man. He's ignorant.
So that's the source of evil.
That's dictatorship.
Pride.
What a dictator.
So the detector thinks he's been here and here and here. Therefore, he feels like.
How does he do it? He duplicates himself.
He cuts himself into two.
Oh, so he says, you haven't been here, I've been there, and I'll stand for you and tell you.
Without realizing that that's just him cutting knowledge inside himself.
He's deciding for you. Like the person who tells you must behave like this. The dictator, when he dictates 1940, you know, 1948. What's that? George Orwell. Yeah. What creates the dictator of George Orwell is that everybody can't think freely. He doesn't see the value in the other person being there. He's here, he's there, he's there. He's regulating life.
So can we say that's the problem then of the world?
Control.
The end time. What does the Bible say about the Antichrist?
He's going to be the
Bible says
embodiment
that he's
of
going
that.
to be the embodiment of that.
Of what? Of control.
Of what we
This
are
man must
discussing.
read the Bible.
He must read the Bible.
He has gone through. He has.
Philosophy.
Let me tell you, it's not even philosophy. He has
No,
gone
never
through
read
understanding
philosophy.
that one, for you to start from here and be here, you must be God, because it's the Alpha and the Omega. It's there in the Bible.
Yeah.
You've understood that.
Yeah. No,
As
that
we
I
had to
get.
find out and say, God is the Alpha and the Omega. You've also understood that the greatest source of evil is a man who does not see his own limitations and does not acknowledge them. You know? Because if you see your own limitations, even when you argue, I can then say to you, you know what, my brother, it might be that the knowledge I have
It's not sufficient.
is not sufficient for me to understand what you are saying. In as much as I don't agree with you, I don't think it's a cause for us
Yeah.
to fight. We are all limited beings. We shake hands, we go. But the fight will start and say, no, I've seen this thing from here up to there.
Yeah.
This thing that you are
It
saying.
defines the
Yeah.
ultimate.
So you have actually, without realizing it, touched on the source of evil.
Yeah.
And that when it comes in its full force, the Antichrist is the embodiment of that. He's going to tell you when you should buy, when you should
He's
do
going
all.
to
Control,
set-
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Ultimate control.
I feel if you just go through the Bible, you're gonna get a better.
I'm so scared of knowledge.
You're gonna
I'm so scared of knowledge, you know.
you're gonna get a better understanding, because for us.
No, but you see, I think, you know, maybe that's why, you know, God works in mysterious ways. Maybe that's why I'm having the discussion. I don't have to read something. Maybe you've
Yeah.
had time to go
Yeah,
through it.
yeah.
We're discussing it.
Mhm.
You know, that's why I called the pastor last time. I have also a podcast that I do this with. So I called the pastor because, to me, I feel like I can't neglect anything because I know how small I am, and you can't neglect something that has been here for so long. You know, just you waking up, you think you're special or whatever. So
You only
man
have
has
3
never-
decades, 30,
yeah.
and you think.
So I'm always open to anyone. The pastor, I called him. I have questions. I'm open to anyone giving me his point of view. But what I try to do, as I'm getting that, as I'm learning it, you know, I'm learning from you, and it's teaching me something in me. So I'm always trying to bring myself here. And then I tell you something which now you reflect to me and say, oh, you know, actually it's saying this way, this way. Now we have proof from, I guess, I'm not an atheist. I'd like to think I'm a very religious person, maybe not in a religious way. Then we have full proof. Anyone reading the Bible would know that this thing has been seen through another way. So, you know, it's a proof that you must go on, maybe go deeper.
Yeah, and what I like about it is that if there's a truth that's sealed somewhere in a book, and then you have someone who hasn't opened that book and comes to the truth or the knowledge of that, it means that he's living knowledge. You know, it's not something dead concealed somewhere else.
It's still alive.
It's still alive. You understand? And if it's knowledge that's relevant, it means even without opening the book,
You still
you come to the knowledge of
can
it.
still write,
Yeah.
We can rewrite the Bible 1,000,000 times.
Yes.
It's still gonna be the same.
Yes. So what the point that brings me to is, like you're saying, that we've come to this point where we have said the source of evil as we know it is men refusing to be humble. Because what you're just saying is that be humble. You don't know it all. Be humble. You're not stronger than anyone else.
This
you know?
idea that man has, you know, I've observed it. You know, there's this idea with him myself that I can do something about me. In the sense that I have to chop myself into there's a me, and then there's something that I'm gonna do. You know, that division itself within myself. So that creates conflict, which creates control. Me trying to control myself. Could it be that it's the same division that we put out here? That me trying to control you? Because in myself already I'm divided.
You
I
are
have no
projecting.
peace. I have no peace in myself. So
It's possible. Because I think if you are one with yourself, one with your thoughts, one with whatever is happening internally inside you, it will be evident even outside. So again, there's that
But entitlement, that's entitlement.
yeah. There's that
Entitlement is that there's something I could be doing, but I can assign it to someone to get it done for me.
you step you
You stay
yeah.
here. Y'all go work for us. The 350 gang, you know, 350 gang in South Africa, we call it 350 gang.
What are those?
They get 350 from the government.
Oh.
And so,
Yeah, you guys are blessed with that one.
So that's a lot of them are from that group. They've never worked a point where they've made any contribution to it, but they are very entitled, extremely entitled.
So if I may ask you a question, you who's gone through all these things seriously, and then you look at the world on a daily basis, you know, things that happen, what effects does that have on the current situation of things? And
Yeah, I'm just aware that the Bible just kind of like lays it out. That's why I was saying navigation for me. It's that I'm aware of them, you know, so I can live with them without being them. You know, I don't live with them to take on advantage the way they seek to. I don't look at the system and say, how can it benefit me? I'm like, if I can do it myself, let me do it myself. So for me, I look at them with pity, because
doesn't that pity give you compassion to do something, to act? Again, maybe that's why you're doing this.
Yeah, that's my whole everyday.
You're saving.
My entire everyday is to say, what are you doing? Like that, like earlier on I was telling you about my discipleship class. Yeah. It's a lot more deeper there, and I'm more personal, and sometimes I have to.
Here we have to. I think one of these days we should have a off camera, because there's some things that may be private that shouldn't be put out here. But I think it's important to be that deep, but also you can't have this mind, right? Well, it's impossible. First of all, you can't sit with it. It implies that
it
you
just
have
comes
to
and
act.
then it's
you have to act towards a certain order. Like you can't just see things going.
No, but you see, the thing is, remember the Bible does warn. This is way it warns.
Yeah.
Let us not fall into the hands of unreasonable men. So it's literally a warning in the Bible. So there are people who you can't reason with.
But those ones, we can't give up on them.
Yeah, but
no, it doesn't say give up.
Yeah.
It's just alerting.
Yeah, no, I know. We have to be safe.
Yeah.
I mean, they have guns, they have all the power anyway.
So you can deal with them, but deal with them with an understanding of, we are talking of issues of identity. I understand their identity, where they've placed themselves into. Because you don't want to fall into a situation where you're trying to help, and in trying to assist, you get yourself in a place where, you know, But it does make you have that compassion, because you're seeing things in a different way. Because at the end of the day, someone who goes around on a spree murdering people actually needs help.
A lot of help.
Yeah, they do need help.
The way I've always looked at it, I see people that commit crime. Sometimes I feel the ones that were hurt, the ones that hurt deserve more help than the ones that were hurt. Because the ones that are hurting are really, really suffering to a point where they're causing it to others. If we could deal with those, I don't see, we could have a bit of order. Not the ultimate order, because ultimate order is where men, can't even imagine. But it should be good enough.
And when you put it like that, it's also a thought that I've had. So when you say the people that do that actually need more help than the victims that they do it to, it also cuts across, sometimes you see people doing certain things, like what you are saying, someone commits murder and then you say they've got away scot-free. But there's immense suffering that goes
with through that man.
So even if they're not caught,
Yeah.
I feel like
You're
you
not
have
going
to
away.
get to
Yeah.
a certain place where
You
there's
do
this
the
suffering
choose.
that happens to you for you to be able to
Mm.
actually inflict harm on
Mm.
someone else.
Mm.
You know, it's as if you also have to feel how it is to be murdered or to die, that pain,
Mm.
so that you can. Because the reason why you don't do it, you're like, kill someone.
Mm.
How would I feel
How
if
can you
someone?
live with yourself?
Yes, but someone then does it, and then so it's true. In a way, those people do need help.
Mm.
In some cases, more than the
He says,
the
he says
victim.
you must be as wise as fox
Mm.
and what is serpents. What is it?
I forgot it.
So basically, he's saying that there's a way in which a fox moves
Mm.
amongst creatures alike, and there's a way in which the other moves
Mm.
in a place where it's navigating
Mm.
amongst things. And another verse again, just it says, "Do not give what is holy unto the dogs."
Meaning, do not give power to the dogs. Huh?
No,
What does it
it can sound insulting, right?
What does it mean?
It just means that you are careful of what truth you give when.
Mm.
So you have truth, but be careful when you give it.
And to who also?
Yeah. So let's say, for example,
Yeah.
the who, it's not.
Doesn't say.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's just
When?
the when to give it. So to everybody can hear it,
Yeah.
but
There's a proper.
the question is when.
Yeah, you have to
Yeah.
discern.
So there are people whom, like for example, I've never talked, all my ministers, I've never talked about must give money in church. Never.
Mm.
But in my discipleship class,
Mm.
I do that.
Mm.
Why? Because when I'm talking to a church person and a disciple, they're two different people. The believers and disciples are two completely different people.
In what way?
A believer is a person who's committed to church. They go to church. They don't even interact with the Bible the whole week until they hear another message or something like that. You talk to them, they'll be, oh yeah, oh the Bible, yeah,
Mm.
they'll quote for you everything. It's all good.
Yeah.
But if you were to sit here and you say, what is our responsibility in this thing?
Yeah.
Okay, we have truth.
Mm.
What's our responsibility to that truth? That person has no response.
Mm.
They-
Also, there's more responsibility
Yeah.
on discipleship.
Yeah, discipleship is responsibility basically, and also it upholds the moral values of the Bible so that you can influence others towards living that life.
Mm.
So a disciple is a whole other level on thing. That's why that verse that I was telling you,
Yeah.
the Revelation one.
Mm.
I know your works, so that's private life.
Mm.
I know your labor. This person has gone the extra mile.
What you are working towards, what are you putting your strength into?
Yeah, and I know your perseverance, which means when you are pushed, what do you use to navigate that truth? So some people use anger. You look at people like lesbians, gays, they use, from trauma, they interpret to, I'm going to love the opposite gender. I'm going to love the same gender. I'm not going to love the opposite. And so they suffer through certain traumas. It causes them. If you find, like, if you talk to a lot of lesbians, there's people that have had very serious trauma.
Mm.
It's either someone close to them, might even be a brother or something,
Yeah.
but they've suffered trauma that caused them to say, I will not love the opposite gender. I will not do that. So
Mm.
they're answering, they have an answer to trauma, but it's not God's wisdom that they use. They use
To navigate
their
through
own.
it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So they use their own wisdom in order to navigate through that. So that's what, when you are doing discipleship, that's what you are cautioning to say,
Mm.
okay, you are taking this advice, but on what wisdom are you using? Is it earthly wisdom or is it God's wisdom?
Mm.
Mhm.
So something like that. Like someone asked me, Ricky, I'm a child, I'm still at my parents' house. I will not say that on YouTube, but I'll say it in a discipleship class.
Mm.
So the person said, hey, I'm still a child, I'm still under my parents' house, and they're pressuring me to do these things. Okay, you don't believe them, right? Okay, cool. Just be clear about that. Tell them you don't believe in these things, and then the part that you can, just do. Because you're not gonna win going against your parents.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and I can't endanger you being in your father's house, being that disrespectful. You don't believe it, clear.
You're still under their roof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, there's a when.
yeah, there is the when. So that's that. Do not give what is owing
Yeah.
unto the top. So even us with that knowledge and whatnot in these discussions, there is the when. Because you're dealing with people that are.
Yeah.
Some people don't want to hear about responsibility.
Yeah.
When the Bible says, "Let the one who does not work, let him not eat." That's the Bible. You know, they want to think about God that blesses those that help themselves, and
Those are the ones that want petrol that's been anointed and stuff. So just to maybe round up. So in a way, we are saying man only comes to the knowledge of self when he sees his limitation. That's when he fully, well, that's where he comes close.
I would say not even close. For me, it feels like when you see your limitation, you become humble enough, you become receptive enough to be touched by something else than men.
That is bigger than.
Yeah.
You
can't
become
do
open.
anything.
You create capacity for it.
Yeah, you can't go to it. It gets to you. I don't know. I feel like it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's some sort of grace. I don't know. You can pray all you want. You can fast all you want. That's you being clever, you know, tricking.
But there's something else that's at play once you.
Yeah, at play. Yeah, but it's to me it feels like seeing your limitation. It really puts you in a place where you're not. You stop being, you know, because limitations always bring some sort of evil if you look at it. If I don't fully understand your situation, I'm judging you. Or if I'm limited in myself, I see maybe you're better than me, I'm praising you, which to me is the same. Judging or praising, you know, belittling or putting up there. What's the importance of praising someone? Who are you? What am I? What do I want by praising you? Right? So all that feels so evil, you know, so limited that it has to bring some sort of suffering.
Okay.
Either by praising you, I'm gonna make you a dictator,
Yeah.
or I'm gonna feel like I can't do
I
anything on
devalue
my own.
myself so that I
Yeah.
value what you.
Yeah. So anything limited always has a
Also, for me to
clash.
praise you, I have to put myself.
There's a point of
Yeah. And by doing that, the
Even
suffering.
John says that he must increase so that
I decrease.
that I decrease.
So the suffering is there all the time with limitations, all the time. And we are trying we're jumping to the next information because we're trying to stop the suffering. But the jumping back and forth is the suffering. Yeah. So seeing that,
This is something you sacrifice at each stage.
yeah, each stage, you get there, you start remembering, oh my God, I left this behind,
Yeah.
and so on.
It's like you working on yourself, to self-improvement. It's the ever dying route to deprive yourself of experiencing.
So
life
you're always
through-
depriving yourself of.
Yeah, because you're going to obsess about it. Self-improvement makes you obsess about
An ideal
of
state that
the
you
state
might
of
not
you
even.
that
Yeah.
you might get to.
Deal.
You know, even talking about it sounds peaceful. When
Yeah, just
I'm
by-
just thinking that if you really
Yeah.
put yourself in that framework where you acknowledge your limitations, you know, it works for you. It even works for the next person,
Yeah.
because we can be in a place like this. Like I said, we are arguing.
Mm.
Then if I then realize that maybe he's saying something, but because of my limitations, doesn't that create peace?
A lot of peace.
Yeah.
You
You're
know,
not competing. You're not competing at that point.
competing with who?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you are aware that in his existence there's things that he has seen, and there's something that we are seeing. This microphone. For me, I'm seeing this button half.
Yeah.
I'm seeing this green button half. You are seeing the other.
All I know is that a microphone, you just speak here and everything. Now you're telling me about this.
You see, so you are aware that there's a perception to the very thing that you're dealing with, and so it does definitely bring peace. It brings an awareness.
Brings peace. When you conquer that fear, because I feel most people are not really courageous enough to be with that discomfort first, giving up on everything on their own.
Guys, what we're talking about, we have to realize this is very difficult.
It's too serious. It's
'Cause
the most serious
what's
thing.
entertainment? Entertainment is not dealing with this topics.
Yeah.
You see. So
entertainment is actually going the opposite direction.
Yeah, entertainment,
it hinders the
music,
process.
everything that you call beautiful or ugly is that.
Anybody
So it's
that
like
gives that
okay, so it's like
2
we
hours.
are chasing something that we think we should be getting, but we are leaving it when we are chasing it.
Yes.
We are denying it all the time.
Because you think you know what you're going to get in
Yeah.
entertainment.
By
but
the
you
very
don't.
fact of knowing you've already put something there which you will attain, but it's not that. You're putting yourself there.
Why are you wowed when you're watching the show? Wow. Why are you wowed? You are wowed because of that factor that you are abandoning something. There's something you've abandoned. There's something.
What is that? What?
But that's the thing is that I guess we're just showing the separation between the striving for this kind of knowledge and thinking about it and what and stuff. So people think we are performing magic, and when you come and you talk about things like this, they're like, you think too much. No, but they don't realize what they've abandoned, thinking that.
I would say they are the ones thinking too much. All this information.
And the nice thing about this, even as you are talking, I can just sit here and just listen to you. It feels like peace to me hearing. Because as you talk about it, it just gives out that, that
because
sense
you see, also,
of
one
peace
thing
that
I've
comes
noticed,
with.
right? It's very hard to listen. Because you see, maybe you're seeing that because
I'm listening.
you're listening. You've abandoned yourself. You are, you are not there. Now you captured this. You've made it a memory, a
Like, if you
theory.
think about it, if you think about what is it that you're doing when you are listening, which is what makes it difficult for people to listen,
To listen.
is that when you are listening, it's you that's talking.
Yeah, but where are you if it isn't
Where are
that
you?
man
It's
talking?
you.
Now you want to...
That's fellowship. That's what we call fellowship. Is that when another person is talking, it's literally you are echoing through that person, right? You are appreciating the thought, even though you might not hold to it. It's you talking. You know you disagree with it because once they get to a certain point,
You come back.
you've identified.
Oh, then I become myself.
Yes. So you've routed that route. You're listening.
Yeah.
The moment you no longer identified with it, that's when you disagree.
I snap out and
Yeah.
I'm back.
But you see how simple this thing is, yet so complicated. We're looking for it so far. But even in listening, already it's there. It's giving you a clue, kind of.
And
It's free.
It's all... If you think about it, like how you put it now, it's as if we hardly listen.
Yeah, we had to listen.
We are always talking when someone is talking.
Yeah. Because even the interpretation, can you imagine, for instance, for me it's even harder because, I have to, the English, have to, it happens so quick, but it's a lot of work,
Because, and now this is the thing again, with a person who doesn't think of the things you're thinking about.
Yeah.
Because that's why they say you think in your home language.
Yeah.
So you do translation,
And then you do your translation as you think. So, if you think about it, we could talk about thinking 1 hour.
2 maybe.
Yeah. Because if what is it that makes, because you said if you think about it, we're not listening. So, what makes an argumentative person? A person who's concluded. So there's no new thought. He perceives no relevant.
He's talking
new
while
thought.
you're talking, but he's quiet, but he's talking while you're talking.
Yeah, I love Ghanaian content because Ghanaians are the most non-nonsense people I've ever seen.
Now West Africans are loud and they don't accept nonsense.
They don't accept nothing. No. So you're saying no.
They're like that.
You can't argue with that. There was one debate I had set up with this other guy. Ajaguraja. His name is Ajaguraja. I have a friend who
I've
knows.
seen this one that does interviews. That one who says, "Are you gay?" Is he West African, eh?
I think it's from...
He's from Uganda is from Uganda.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw another interview of him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's acting, that guy.
With the lady, the minister.
Yeah.
It's even funnier.
That's stealing.
They just
The
put it
pastor is
bluntly
always
out
there.
there.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. So if you think about it, what is it that makes a person an argumentative and not be able to listen? That they've concluded a thought
They've arrived before you.
before you,
Mm.
and so they've answered for you.
Mm.
Thing. So basically, instead of them speaking through, because remember, in listening,
You are the person.
you're the person speaking,
Mm.
right?
That's profound, yeah.
And so they would rather not you echo what they agree with.
Because isn't it because they're so attached to themselves,
Yeah.
they're blocking everything. Because you see, when you become, and I've tried this, actually, it's very fun.
Mm.
If you really listen to someone, right, there's some states where you become the person so well that literally, if he doesn't even have to talk,
You can tell the next.
because you are him. So when coming back to you, it just comes as thought, information gathered and so on. So I feel perhaps people that argue too much is they have so many things they have to keep to themselves. You getting in their heads. For example, if you show me that I'm wrong, you've
and
really
they've something
killed
to
me.
hide.
Yeah, you've taken something that I valued so much. I tried my very best to protect it with my
Protect
argument,
so that
and
you
then
don't get
you
there.
come inside and then
You're
you
exposing
destroy
them.
it. You kill it even.
There's
You
something
put
to
me-
hide
kill it.
because you're gonna figure them out.
You put me in a state of vulnerability.
Yeah, no, never thought of that.
Mm.
Yeah, no, that's
So he'll shout, he'll scream, he can even fight.
to stop you from getting there,
Yeah.
to stop you from echoing.
Oh, he knows it's there, but
Yeah,
he doesn't
yeah.
want you to get
No, he
there.
doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't want you. So he has, that's profound.
Mhm.
That's profound. That's profound because he's hiding the insecurities in that particular subject,
Mm.
and so he would rather not. He would rather you don't come there. So by shouting or speaking over you, he feels like he's stopping you, even though you might already be there.
Yeah.
He would just rather you echo it.
Mm.
Just like a man who knows that he won't fight you physically, he talks loud.
So it's loud, yeah.
Because he knows that when he doesn't want you to come, he
come
wants
to
you to
it.
stop there before you come to, because he knows that if you come to this one, because if I know you're a weak one, I'm just going to say, what, my man, just don't say what you're saying, keep quiet. If you keep on talking, the next thing, I won't be wasting my energy and saying, I'm what a bitch. So yeah, it makes sense. I think it does make sense that, when you listen and you're in a state, you just want to go on. It's either you are arguing or I think it even cuts across other things, not even in conversations. In these things where you see yourself fighting and doing all that, there is something
You're protecting.
that you are protecting, and you are scared that if it opens up, this thing here is going to, just destroy it.
But again, that learning, if you're going to learn, you need to be vulnerable at that.
Mm.
That's why in school they give us uniform. So that you don't think yourself special. You don't think yourself.
But they're already introducing you to the concept of saying, stay on this
You're
level.
on this level. The teacher is the one that's.
Hmm.
Only in university we perceive that you've matured enough.
To receive without
Without
being forced to.
without needing these small little hints that they don't even allow you to use a pen
Yeah,
up
pen
until
to
day
pen.
3 because we can't trust what you're going to write. You're gonna need to erase it and come back. But look at how difficult is it for someone to be that open?
No, it's what are you asking?
But is there power in being open like
It's
that?
the most powerful thing.
Yeah, it's being humble.
Mm.
Mm.
Being humble is
Because the way I see it, I'm asking it this way, because the way I see it, unless you are like that, you are not open to learning.
And learning about life in general,
Yeah.
not just learning about the person, the entirety of life. Like, because if you really listen to someone, somehow you pick up on thought, right?
Mm.
And then by the time you come to your senses, that's what you're thinking about it. And then the person starts talking about those things.
Mm.
and it affirms
What
you.
have you learned now?
Mm.
Mm.
Have you learned you've gone over the argument, maybe discussing about the mics and all that. That's one thing. But now you've just learned that you are the person. This idea you had all this time that my head is my own. Now you've discovered you've always been open to the whole world. This thing of hiding your stuff in your phone. You think you...
And if I'm too loud, I miss that.
You miss that. And it goes the same for space. Even looking, I feel maybe that's more tricky. But if you look at it, dreams, when you're having dreams, right? All this action that are happening, it's all you. You put all this crazy
These
things
ideas,
happening.
that's why you'll have pictures of, in your dreams, you'll have pictures of places you've never been.
You've never been, because you see, during the day, you had very few moments where you were really looking. You even went above time itself. Now you come with your arrogance and say, I am a prophet. But it's not your doing. It's, I don't know how to call it. It's not your doing.
Yeah, that's good. That's actually very good.
Yeah,
because now God is crafting a world in your dream from the small little pieces that you might have picked up during the day, and from whenever you were most attentive.
You picked it up.
You picked it up.
That's dope.
You really see things exactly as they are, time.
Like a man who goes to a park and sits there and just... in that silence.
Yeah.
There are certain things that
he picks up.
You will not pick up in at MTN rank there.
No, you can't.
There's so much going on, and which really, sometimes it confuses me. So you have, like I'm talking about a park in MTN. You think there's so much happening at MTN, but there's nothing. If you really want to understand what is happening, you'll have to go to a quiet place. But there's nothing really happening there.
Have you noticed that there are places where they don't even allow you to run?
To run.
Yes, like in Park Station.
You can't run there because you're going to which makes me think then that life in its, if you're really trying to approach it and understand it, it's not in the business.
You have to slow it down.
It's not by thinking about life.
It's like you slow down and
time down.
The slow movement.
So then, where is the source of life exactly? Is it in the... Because there's
present. You see, we've gone.
It's not in. It's not.
There are people that are so busy and they think in that business, they are going to get something, and most of the time, those people end up becoming depressed sometimes because they then say to themselves, "I've been so involved in this,
their labor,
only to come to this emptiness." I thought this thing was going to give me some sort of fulfillment, right? And then you have this guy, boss, he goes to the park and he sits there and as he, and even if you look at scientists, these inventors and some of the things that they came up with,
always in silence, all of them.
It was sometimes silly things that they just observed.
An apple falling on your head, the Newton and them.
How many times have you had something hit you on your head and someone didn't really... So it's as if... Then isn't it that what we say is the world that's out there is always ever present here?
I would say it's the only thing that is there. But we look at it partially. We divide it here and there.
By here you mean?
No, I'm saying it in the sense that, you can sit here, you right now. And I'm talking from a Christian perspective and have everything.
Yeah.
And have access to everything. Right? Is you're seated there.
But there's someone that needs to go out there.
Yeah. As opposed to someone that needs to walk and go out there.
Yeah,
so I'm saying then it seems as if you bring yourself to a certain point, everything is
here. No, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's why what is depression? It's everything is here. To a point where I'm judging if you think about it, that's literally what depression is that every single decision that others have brought to me or that I've gone through is right before me. I don't see any other way. I don't see an exit. That's why people end up taking themselves. It's because every single little thing that's terrible is right in front of me. It's right here. So that person has come to a point, to a closed book, to a point where you need to
Or
get them.
that becomes their only reality.
Their only reality. So there is a positive of that where you are fulfilled. The one you are explaining, the Christian experience where I don't need to go out to experience that. You know, like here, I create my world.
But not only that, just to add on it, I was even referring to, let's say you fall sick right now, and this is from a Christian perspective. This is if you fall sick. What would a normal person do? Go to the doctor. But from a Christian perspective, you can get that healing here. You know? So I'm saying it almost as if everything is right here. You just have to come to a point where you learn how to access and take this and take that. But the business is actually a part of it that is so small. It's like you've just taken it and decided to run with it.
No, the business is a very small part. All what we call our occupations, our goals, it's too small. You know, sometimes I have these experiences that I find hard to explain. For example, you see when I wake up, I have at times I wake up inquiring about this whole thing, right? It takes me maybe like 20 to something seconds to put the whole of life together, which is the reality. You know, in my waking up, I can feel the body forming and so on, and then there's a constant thing of, okay, I need to figure out what is going on. I have to put things together. Oh, the name. Oh, this is a room. You know, in a millisecond, all this information that I've gathered, they start coming, almost as if I'm downloading. But I'm very aware that what was happening there is the thing that is making these small businesses that I'm calling this. So you find that most people are even afraid to be in that, because when you wake up or when you're sleeping, there's a...
when you wake up, what you're explaining,
it
falls within that space when the dream ends.
Yeah, you see like that.
You know that feeling?
Yeah.
When your dream ends.
And I'm thinking you have learned how to be conscious of it. But I think,
sometimes even in sleep, knowing that this isn't happening, it's a dream. It's not boss who's making this thing. Something else is happening, right? So there's navigation. That's when you ask the real serious. Then what is reality? What is, there's creation in that process. So you go step by step. You wake up, you still have that residue. Now it's almost as if you're downloading the day, you know, what has to be done and so on and so on. But it's very scary when you're waking up, because the disconnect from that to this life is so complex that now you have to, you know, it's scary.
You have to bring yourself
you could jump to the phone to watch, you know, Instagram to come back to life easily. So maybe that's why we're also afraid of.
I think that's also why people don't like getting out of bed.
No.
Yeah. People say, I'm not a morning person. What you're saying is that you would rather...
Maybe you come from somewhere so peaceful.
I'll give you an example. If before I go to sleep, I plan what video do I want to make in the morning. So it's the strong... I always start with a strong idea. Like the strongest idea. So the strong idea will keep me up, because I gotta go and gotta work. And so if you have to go, you're not gonna be busy just saying, oh no, I'm not a morning person. There's no such a thing. You know, I like an interview. There was an interview that 50 Cent was doing, and they asked him, what do you think about people, you know, that do struggle with depression? He says, you know what, to be honest with you, I don't wanna speak bad about things, but I grew up in an environment where
it's a luxury.
Where do you do that? Where you were depressed? Like how? You know,
it's a luxury you couldn't afford.
It's a luxury you couldn't afford. We had to go to work. You telling us that you were just chilling, and it's just like, where do they do that at? And so that type of I feel like if that zap, which you can describe as I think. Some of us, when you wake up, you can't even wait to get up. You know, you wake up and you can't wait to get up. But I feel like the pursuit of the idea, like the day unfolding and stuff like that. Like I always do that in the morning, like before I go to sleep. I decide, okay, I'm gonna do this. Like right now, if you check on my history, I was still about to show you this thing. Anyways, if you go to my history pages, like you see these tabs, recently opened tabs, these grouped tabs.
Yeah.
So these are pages that I had opened, and so these were pages that I was
reading before
yesterday and stuff like that. So I don't have to store them. I can switch off the computer comfortably. I don't know this laptop does that. My previous laptop could not do that. Maybe it's the new Windows or something. So I just go back to this to give me what I was researching yesterday. Boom, I'm on yesterday's video. I continue. So I feel like also not being intentional does that. It creates the fear for the thing.
But doesn't it also get caused by, when you realize that this thing is only a small part of if you become so much aware of that, you getting back to it after you've been sleeping almost feels like something that you be aware of, that I'm here now. This is the
That's why you said overthinking.
Yeah, you are building that world to say, okay.
Yeah, no, thoughts gives structure to life.
Yeah.
Because you see, when, let's say you're sleeping, right? You realize that you're in a dream, or you're sleeping. You get over that fear. When you're used to it, you get over that fear, you're exploring. You ask serious questions. Then there's also a question that comes, like, okay, then what does it mean? If I'm here yet I'm not here, am I alive at all?
So that's like lucid dreaming, right?
Yeah, that's but not, you see, the problem is, I feel like people go into this lucid dream lightly. They just want for pleasure things, maybe financial things or sexual things. But I think when you have an option, when you have a small window like that, that's when you should ask all the important questions. Like, okay, then who is man in this? Like, what is behind this whole thing? You see the time unfolding and all that. So,
but a dream also is a very humbling thing. Sorry for stopping you.
Yeah.
It's a very humbling experience.
Yeah, when you think that you experience something that you actually have no cause.
Yeah, like you have no awareness of, like you just think like, how did I remember having these dreams like when I was still outside of my purpose and not doing this stuff. And sometimes people ask me questions, they do it like, how sure are you about this? I'm like, hey, this person knew where I was. They wouldn't ask me this stuff.
Yeah.
Before I started doing this, I used to have crazy dreams, crazy end of the world dreams, like fireballs, fire falling down.
Yeah.
When I wake up, I'm sweating, like,
Yeah.
And so I would ask myself, like, what is this? Why do I have I'm telling you, ever since I went back to ministry, this dream stopped. Because
so what happens in your sleep? What happens in your sleep?
No, now the dreams are good. But when I was back then, maybe for example, I would have this dream of like water, like I see it, like like a sea.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, I'm telling you.
And it's always the same dreams.
No, it's different.
Yeah.
It's different dreams. Like, oh my God, this water is going to rise. Like before it rises, like this water is going to rise. We better move here. And the people around me don't understand. I'm like, let's move, And so we get on running and the water starts moving.
Yeah.
As soon as we start running and stuff like that, survival. I'm like, guys, we just have to get to that hill. If we get to that hill, we are safe. Like I know certain things in the dreams. There's always the same format. There's something that's happening. Yeah. I know.
That's why I'm saying it's the same. It can be the same dream, but in a different format. Yeah.
In another one.
And it's not different from your daily life. Because daily life, you're also fixing things.
I have a dream that occurs almost once every week. I lose my phone. In the dream.
Seriously?
I've said to myself I must pray against it. Because I don't know why. I've tried to say
it's
maybe
not been stolen from you, right?
It's been stolen from me. The situations
not directly.
No, not directly.
Yeah, exactly. So
the situations can be different. But the dream, like what you're saying, always ends this. Where's my phone? I'm not that attached to my phone. I don't understand.
You're not that attached.
No, this phone is insured, so I don't care even if it gets lost. But what I'm saying is, I don't understand that dream.
But you must ask. You have not asked.
Yeah, I think what you are saying, because maybe what you have managed to do is to become aware of your dream state. Some of us, our dreams just happen on their own.
Mostly that's how it happens.
Most people. But I've also come to this knowledge that other people are able to tap into their dream state and be like, oh, okay, I'm here, I'm dreaming and stuff like that. Because dreams are also part of
part of the human experience.
Yeah, part of the human experience, and they're also important in the Christianity.
But you can see how when you're dreaming, you think it's happening. I mean, there's no distinction. When you're running away from that water, it's a real thing. You're
That's why you wake up and you're sweating.
Yeah,
it's like, what? But then after I pray, that's why I'm asking. You need to pray about what does it mean, because for me it turned out that I was having these dreams because I was misplaced. I kept trying to do this, I kept trying to do this, I kept trying to do this, I kept trying to do this. So you have to find out what is it? So I'm misplaced, so I'm having all this fire. Because in one of the dreams, the one that really caught me, I was at war, at a place where there was war. Hey, under the table, what?
There's always fire.
It was serious. And at the end of the dream, I find a small little cabin. And the reason why I find the cabin is because I'm told that there is going to be like nukes.
Yeah.
They're gonna send out nukes. So I'm like, jeez, I gotta find a place to hunker down.
A serious one.
Yeah, so I find a small little cabin. For some reason, I'm like, yeah, I'm safe. You know, like I'm aware of my safety. And immediately I said that to myself. I'm like, someone is coming. And this guy just walks in and just put me the gun. Poof.
Yeah.
And so and that was the only dream where I died. On the other dreams, like I remember this other one where there was a mudslide, and that mudslide was scary. Like it felt like it was right on me, you know. And I'm like, you know what? I don't have enough time to get out of here. I'm just gonna have to stay inside the house, inside the dream, and the mudslide just comes. So I asked myself, like, what do these dreams mean? And God showed me, you're misplaced. Because you're trying to do everything else. So I was trying to do business, you know, remember? I was trying to do forex, trying to do what. You're misplaced. You're misplaced. You will be.
So it was coming from a sense of being overwhelmed with everything that you're doing.
No, it wasn't me being overwhelmed. It was God saying, you are misplaced.
You're not in the right place.
You're not in the right place. You're not supposed to be here. You're not supposed to be doing this thing. And that's the funny thing is that when 2012, 2013, I knew I'm supposed to be doing ministry stuff. Not church. I'm supposed to be doing ministry stuff. And so I kept hesitating and just pushing it off and no, let me make some money. And so it's like God said, okay, you need money. Okay.
I'll come back and tell you what
Bam.
it means when
Yeah.
It's been happening for months.
So
I lose my phone in the dream. It can be different ways of how I lose it, but my phone just disappears. So I think if it happens repeatedly like that, it's something.
Yeah, it does have a significance. Because me, I had that dream from 2013. And 2013, that's exactly when I quit. Those dreams started. They stopped 2019 when I came back to doing ministry. You can imagine, I would have this dream like 4 or 5 times a year. You know, and until I have the next one, then that one is in my head like, yo, that dream was crazy. And then the next one, then the next one. And then the last dream, the last dream was just like God just pushing me now. Because it's like, all your equipment.
That's where you get shot and you die.
Yeah, no, I had the got shot, died in the dream. But then I had the one of the equipment. My equipment died. Which is why that light, you see that light? That light, God showed me that light dying. He showed me that all this equipment is going to die as an answer to say, stop all this and go back doing this. So when I started doing that, and you know, sustainability came and all that kind of stuff. So sometimes, that's why I'm saying dreams are a very humbling part of the human experience. So God has many ways by which He humbles us. Our realization of our limitation, dreams, all these areas where we just have zero control, you know, like complete zero control.
Where you are aware that what is happening is beyond your...
You know,
where you are listening. Because in sleep you are listening, you're not juggling your knowledge too much.
That's why you can catch a man in his sleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you could say it that way.
No, I get it. But at least we have come to that understanding, like the previous question that we're asking ourselves, that what does it mean to say I'm a human being?
Or to come to that point.
Yeah, that point.
That point is insignificant.
The way it turned out, it's very humbling.
Very
Yeah.
humbling, yeah.
Because even as you walk out of here, you're not walking out with
Yeah,
with your chest.
yeah.
You
It's
understand?
not something that you can say, now I know. No.
What do you
You know what you know.
what do you know?
So it's even so it's information that if you really go to it, you are not supposed to come out puffed up.
No.
So
way.
you see, that addresses that source. You see, all the answers all the questions we raised, like if a person listened to the first 2 hours, they
Yeah.
say, "Right, this guy's good," you know. But then it's the 4th hour mark,
Mhm.
it's the 4th quarter. That's when it.
It's tricky.
But you
It
see
covers
why?
everything. In just this 4 hours discussion, or 3, we've covered pretty much. There's nothing that we haven't covered.
Yeah.
We've covered space, time, man,
Knowledge,
greed, knowledge,
existence.
pleasure. Everything is covered.
Mm.
So it's a real living thing.
So in terms of a man that lives for pleasure, in the context of what we have discussed, where would that fit in?
I think he's a fearful man. Maybe. Why? Because you see, the way I always look at pleasure. Because you see, sometimes when you're not doing anything interesting, it's kind of, it's painful kind of. So pleasure is an escape, is a constant escape from pain. That where you can't handle yourself, so you pursue something to
fix that.
yeah. So a man who's involved in pleasure, I think, is a man who's suffering a lot.
So a man that has accepted who he is, what is he supposed to accept? Yeah.
Before you go there,
Yeah.
in true light, pleasure is like warm water. Pleasure is like warm water because it's a state of comfort. You feel comfortable, but you're not really much aware. You're like a frog in water that is being boiled slowly. Before you know it, you're cooked.
You're cooked.
So pleasure, in a way, you're placing an image not in front of you, but right on your side.
You're trying to capture something that you can't.
Yeah, you're trying to look through life through this picture. So you take a picture and put it right at your face. You can't see it.
It takes hold of you.
Yeah, but you perceive it as if you are looking at life through this image.
And life is not like
That's
that.
why you hear people just literally quoting movies. Yeah, you've seen that movie, that guy, what that guy said. It's because
One thing I usually like to do, right, in conversation with people,
Yeah.
of course, you have to be practical, so sometimes you have to talk, discuss, plan. But sometimes I tend to listen. Try and listen to people, even as you're talking.
I did that
We-
previously. I was experiencing something different.
Do you realize that we are always going backward? Always talking about things back. Always. See, even me talking, I realized when I was talking to others,
Always past.
it's a very weird experience when you look at how human beings are talking about their yesterday, their thousands of yesterdays. That's all they know.
And to step into
to stay here, something they would never attempt to
because
do.
even when you are when you're talking about pleasure, it's normally you calling it pleasure because you experienced it.
You know what
there.
you're talking about.
It's as if at the present moment there is little that gets
it
done.
contributes. There's little it contributes when you're experiencing.
Pleasure is an after effect, it seems.
Yeah. Because
Because
you only have a good value of it when you're in the later on.
So
stage.
it's almost as if right now, let's me just call it the present, it's joy. And then it turns into pleasure having, when I remember it, But like when you're really involved in the thing, it's just joyful. But then afterward, when you remember it, it's pleasure and you want to go to it. So you want to
so it becomes pleasure
afterward. Yeah.
In the moment, it's something else.
It's something else. You can't talk about it. What is it? What is
Because because you don't know where to measure it within the scale. You're still here with it.
Yeah.
Because something else
You don't
greater
know
might
it.
happen.
You don't even know
You
it.
don't appreciate it, like like when you're in school and you're complaining about high school, when am I gonna finish this?
Yeah.
Then afterwards, like I'll give anything to
those
go
are
back
the
to those days.
things. Yeah.
You hated it.
Yeah.
You hated it. But then you have certain moments. But you if you were to take it, to be taken back, you would actually absolutely hate it even worse.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah. No.
I think you wouldn't, because if you're still in the same mindset, I think what we are longing for is the small present moment we're experiencing, the joy of it.
Mm.
We feel like they are back in the
not
days.
the whole experience. The moment.
We feel like they're back in the days. We are running away from them here. We are putting them somewhere there.
And it's only but
Yeah.
Like
Just
you remember the
fleeting
time when they gave you a present?
it was
And,
just
like in school.
yeah.
At school, like if you were one of those kids that were good in school, you used to be
Mm.
get presents. You know, at my
Mm.
school they used to give presents for those top 10
Mm.
people.
Mm.
You know, I never got any of those, so I can never really tell. You know, but there's moments when I can remember when something happened that I'm like, wow, that was amazing.
Mm.
But then when I really remember like the whole experience,
There's a lot of boredom in it.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Waiting.
boredom.
Mm.
because
Once
I
you
was
get
an
the
observer
present-
back then.
Yeah.
So there's always that it's like I don't know how to call it, but it's always asking you to move from here and go
Yeah.
there.
Which is what thought, knowledge. You always want to jungle your rubbish.
But once you stay here, I was saying there's something that can come out if you really stay in the now.
What would have happened if you stayed home? Would have not. This conversation would have not evolved to this. There are certain areas of our thinking along this line of conversation. Like every single conversation is so good for you.
Mm.
Every single conversation is so good for you that the next time you have a conversation with someone, you're going to take points from this conversation into that conversation.
Mm.
I
you're
remember.
trying to relive.
Mm.
Yeah, and also it informs you. And now you can talk with confidence from that point of view.
Mm.
Oh yeah, there was that point that
Mm.
someone raised, and then you now have
Mm.
like it informs how you navigate around that subject. Like someone comes and says, "Hey, my experience is what," but you're like, "Hey, but your experience might be limited."
Mm.
Now you are now referencing
Mm.
this conversation that we had here. Is
Mm.
that it informs, but had you stayed home. So sometimes the present has alterations. That's what I'm getting to.
Mm.
So when you ask, are we saying that the present is but it's what you did in the present. It's the idea that you made a decision to alter certain things and say, I'm going to CBT. You could have stayed at home. It's cold in Ghana today, so you would have stayed home. But
Mhm.
you made a small alteration of today.
Okay.
And that alteration. So some people don't alter nothing. They wait for life. They sit back, and there's nothing that's coming there. Imagine a person who stays caucus in the hood there. Everybody there thinks alike. Nobody questions nothing. Nobody says, "What are we doing, guys?"
You don't get to that point where you really get into discussing certain things or viewing certain things.
And so
You see, these things we're discussing here, we'll go our separate ways, but it's still there with you. It's there. It's not that when we are discussing, we're discovering something that is somewhere there.
This thing is now us.
It is us. Yeah.
we live with it. Next time you have a discussion around it,
Mm.
your mind is a little bit more way
Mm.
thinking. Like last time when we were speaking, we spent more time on the philosophical aspect of being, like what being is. Dude, how many people think about that? What does it mean to be?
A lot of people do.
And so for some people that actually causes they call it fractional disparities. That you are in. Is it fractional disparity or what do they call it, man? Cognitive dissonance. Is that an indecisive moment where one person is there or here.
It splits into two.
Splits them, and so
And they move away from that to become whole again.
yeah. So yeah, but for some people it fractures them, so they're indecisive. It creates an indecisive person because it's like person if you go to church and they tell you do this, and then tomorrow they say don't do this. So you're like, so which one am I supposed to do or am I supposed to not do? And so at the end of the day, that person becomes indecisive about what to do. So they end up not doing. So you go to a church, they tell the leader is the leader.
So it's actually dangerous.
Very dangerous.
It's a dangerous thing that when you come to, I think every man that behaves in a certain way is because he's been there.
Yeah, I think, also one thing, for instance, we're talking about this, are people listening, right? So I think it's important we also know our responsibility, because you see, when you introduce something like this to someone, he looks at it, I feel it's very important to, that's why I'm always going to the limitation, because that I can relate with him. Instead of giving him something that now, he becomes indecisive.
Yeah.
I'd rather give him my limitation, he says the limitation, and then the other happens naturally.
Also, it also goes back to what he's saying, that certain information you have to be really
the
careful
when,
how
yeah.
you
Because you see, maybe us, we can sit somewhere else and talk differently.
No, for sure. Someone else would have stopped you when we started. They would have been like, no.
Yeah.
What is
not only that, they would have been like, no, man, that's for madmen. Why are you even discussing that? Just uzahlanya. You're gonna go mad. Just leave it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is important to realize the limitation of it, and also be aware of what it opens up.
Yeah. Now, when it opens up, I think if we start talking about the opening up, we might as well come up with a new language, because language won't apply to what we'll be trying to describe. It's completely contradictory to language itself. I mean, we're talking about something that knows no division.
What in those type of conversations, what happens is that you start debating words.
Yeah.
If you guys get into it,
and that's how we started. Remember, we're talking about conscious, emptiness. We are trying to describe something that is not there in the normal everyday conversation. Yeah.
So once you see yourself debating words, it's because you are having a conversation about something that's a little bit.
It's a little bit.
So at that point, so that's the responsibility part. Important you leave them with them knowing limitations. Because for some people, they don't.
Also, some people will try to get a hold of it.
You give
them.
I'm
gonna try and crack it. They were like, no, these guys are not thinking. These guys. Someone feels like he could have cracked this conversation. These guys.
Yeah.
If I was
the mind doesn't like. Mind is a problem-solving tool, and the creation tool, a problem creation tool. So it will not rest.
It doesn't.
This thing will follow him in his dreams. It will follow him during the day.
Even when he's awake, he's trained that way to say that problem. Let's deal with it. Just suggests.
So you must know that it can't.
Another thing that it's funny about video. Someone watches this thing now. He forgets that he watched it once, and then he watched it again. Then he watched it again. 10 years and.
Yeah.
So he doesn't think about. Oh no, we didn't plan this conversation.
Yeah.
We were just talking.
We're discovering literally.
We're discovering. Okay, where is this person at this point? Where is this at this point? So we create cushions, and this at the end of the day we have a tunnel. So so he doesn't think about having to bounce ideas, and then
he just wants to go straight.
Yeah, like
he thinks about how he got through. You see, so a person can listen to this and become very proud and say, this guy's not smart. I would have gotten there. But they don't realize that no, you are only coming to that conclusion because we answered it for you.
Like those people that you get sometimes when you're saying.
I get some people that have very interesting answers. Some of them say, you always have guests that are the yes man, use the word for it. he doesn't see the whole process first, because people have this idea of people must argue, debate, instead of actually we are learning about something, right?
Yeah.
So they come up with this idea that if I was there, I was gonna show you different. So I tried with 4 or 5 of them. I told them, look, this thing isn't mine. It belongs to all of us. Whoever is interested in truth is open. You can actually be the host. 2 accepted. No, there's one friend of mine. He accepted. He had some other things, but for him it was a different reason. But those 2 that accepted, they start preparing. They say, okay, in 2 weeks we'll do that, and so because he's gonna be the host now. So he goes and start getting knowledge. Knowledge. 2-3 days before they send me messages like, no, look, this thing of yours.
Yeah, because
I'm not
you
interested.
see, what a person comes, it's very dangerous just listening to us, because what they don't realize is that this is years of thinking. It's years of processing. You cannot sit for 3 hours having this type of conversation unless you've had it for years. You've had to answer these things for years. And so why it exhausts him is because he's trying to take on, because these are existential ideas. These things
They
touch on the core.
yeah. And so questioning being someone who just say, hey, man, I am fine, I'm living. No, that's not. I'm not asking if you are. I'm asking why.
How? Why?
How? Why?
Where?
Yeah.
So
And it's when because for me, like when we started speaking, these were things that I asked myself in my own private time, private space. But like what you're saying, I didn't realize that when you ask someone, there are a lot of people that have not, they have tried to entertain it, but they have not. So for example, when I like to do this most of the time when I'm, maybe I'm in an Uber, you understand? I just ask the guy, bro, if someone has to ask you who you are, what would you say?
yeah, that's when you see how I had this conversation.
And the person says nothing, like they say, what do you mean? I'm like, bro, you've been with yourself. How old are you? Maybe he says 40 years.
Been with yourself.
I'm saying you've been with yourself for 40 years.
Yeah.
I'm asking who you are. You can't really tell me. And then you realize that in answering you, they have to say,
The name.
I'm a father of so and so. And they're like, but I really can't be you. You know? Like, who are you? You know? And that's where the danger now comes in, because you are opening these questions to someone to say, because I even told that guy, you can't say you're a driver. Someone told you that. Don't say you're a driver. You know? And then you try and tell, don't say you are a gift. Even that name, you're given that name.
Existential
Like,
crisis.
who are you? And then you realize that, okay, so people really get busy with these things that try and avoid.
The
These-
only things that
yeah.
we should be talking about.
Yet the conflict that you also come across in your everyday life is because of this underlying question that you have not answered. You know, you are driving and someone drives the way you don't like, you start
insult,
shouting
you don't know
at each
why
other.
you're insulting. You know.
But when you understand that, oh, okay, so things function this way,
yeah.
you know, you're like,
I once had a conversation like that with an Uber driver. You know, I asked him the question, who are you? You know, he gives the name, what he does. So you know, but that's just the pastor telling me, like, is that what you are now? I say, I can see the body and all that. What else are you? You know, the soul, all that. Okay, but that's you. You know, I put him in a corner, and then at some point he said, wait, he parked the car on the right because he had some sort of panic attack. Realizing that really what I am is, you know, he doesn't know.
well, you
just,
can go home and be in your room then thinking, be like,
It's like, but it takes a lot for someone to go through. Some people, they will actually fight you.
Yeah.
Because what are you asking me?
what do you want me to be exposed to?
Yeah.
I think it's good to do that if you then have that value system to give them as a source to say, well, there are certain avenues that try and because it's a state of almost panic because you're asking me to leave everything.
To think what? No,
You know?
you're asking me to think.
To
what? Because if I'm asking, you see this question, who, how, what? These 3 words.
They are monsters.
They will destroy a human being to nothing. They will destroy a person. You know, there's a story, man, that I heard of a Chinese man. Basically, he started asking these things, you know, from a Buddhist perspective and whatnot and stuff like that. And so he was like, that's it. We're just believing that. That's it. We are fine. We are fine with that. So he reverted to living with animals. Because he was like, but animals look like they know these things. Like animals seem to be very well identified. But
they know their stuff.
Yeah. Now the danger for him was, it was one of these like horror stories and stuff like that. And so for him, he only realized, man, we also do have these things. We also have structures the same way the animals have. But it took him going to the animals to say, yeah, man, we also do have these things. This is the value system is just a little bit different and stuff. So when he found that out, it's like, oh, okay, wow. You know what? Now I can go back to civilization where an animal mowed him down before he could get back to
he got back to where he really wanted to go.
You see, so those questions, they are dangerous. Like you say, the guy had to stop the car and like, what?
Why are you touching? Why are you touching there?
Yeah, because when you ask that question, you are asking, why did I feel pain when that happened? Like, I get it, it was painful, but why did I retain it? Why did I hold on to it? Why did someone breaking up with me hurt me so much? I should have just been forgiven and just forgot about it and just move on with life. You know, because you start to see that your value system is based on wrong things. You start questioning that. But it happens internally.
Yeah. You know, I've always found questions very interesting. You know, the why, what. I always feel like every question has the answer within it. If you really follow that question properly, carefully, the answer is always in the question.
If there was no answer, there wouldn't be that question.
Yeah.
The very existence of the question
has the answer in it.
Yeah.
So you just follow it. Don't come up with answer. Follow the question. The question itself will lead you somewhere.
Yeah, so many people don't like, even if when you ask, there are people you can see, this person can't speak past this.
Yeah.
Like when you start talking about, I remember one day I was talking to someone, it's a lady. I think, so, who is your family? You know? We're starting dating, who's your family? Like, you know, I perceive that there's something heavy in your family and stuff like that. Because whenever I pray for you, I get issues. I'll be having funny dreams and stuff like that. So, who is your family? Like, who? She couldn't answer. And as a matter of fact, that's when I heard the first time, that's when I saw that when you actually ask this question to certain people, they'll fight you.
It's as if you are steering something inside them.
You are steering the unknown.
So then, going back to knowledge, it means knowledge covers so much. It's like a cover up.
Yeah, it's a cloud.
It's a cloud, right? And the more you get into it, the more you are away from what you'd call, you know, you or...
You live in an illusion, really, because, I mean, if you're constantly thinking about things that are gone, or things that are should be coming, are you really living?
You are repeating a pattern.
Yeah, you live on a very small level, it seems. You know, in time, really. Time, you know, there's nothing that I hate more than time in this life.
It's
time.
It's a construct that's, once you realize how it comes about, it's very hard for you to accept it.
As beautiful as it is, you know, it allows microphones, it allows, you know, movement and all that, but it's such a constraint. Yeah. And man is constrained here.
But if you think about it, it's a blessing at the same time.
It is a blessing.
Yes. In time, we can observe.
In time, there's life.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So in time we can observe its life, and men would not have any perception of importance. Like you wouldn't have any importance of why is this phone important? Why is this microphone important?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have importance of these things without time.
So
But
you're
then-
saying if you remove time, everything just collapses.
Yeah, it
The
collapses
entire thing collapses.
because
But is there no middle ground? See, for example, who was it? Apostle George, who?
Mm.
That guy who found himself one place, the other
yeah,
place.
yeah, Philip.
Yeah. It feels like when, I guess, the grace touches you,
Mm.
time is not so much a constraint anymore.
It's
As in,
not.
tomorrow, yesterday is really, you can see through it. Space as well, you can jump back and forth.
Mm.
You remove the constraint to some extent.
Yeah, at that, from what I know, at that level of existence, call it when you're, you know,
Mm.
Christian level that we aspire to
Mhm.
reach, time is not, doesn't operate the same way.
Yeah, it feels like
it
a
operates.
playground to me.
Yes, it doesn't operate the same way it does here.
Now. Mm.
Why I'm saying that, like I was saying, you can be here, but you can be shown something that's happening in Congo.
Yeah.
You see,
So
and
then
that's
why
not
is
something.
space anymore.
Yes, there's no longer space,
Yeah.
there's no longer time, right? Or I could be sick, you know, maybe it's something that affects people that get older,
Mm.
you know.
Mhm.
At that state, I can
Touch.
restore.
Yeah.
So that state has no respect of time.
Because
at
even
all.
restoring, I don't know the people that make miracles. I have personally haven't experienced that in terms of like healing.
Mm.
So the only thing that I can say for sure is a miracle. First of all, is creation. That is
Yeah.
the biggest miracle.
Mm.
Second of all, maybe this thing of using the mind. You know, maybe being you,
Mhm.
seeing tomorrow and start maybe seeing yesterday more clearly. That I get.
Mm.
The healing, I don't know, so I can't say much. But I'm trying to guess. If let's say you have cancer, right,
Mm.
and I touch you and I heal you, what does that mean? I'm just playing with time. I'm just putting you back in. I'm putting your cells in a previous
Previous state.
state. That's what we call
Mm.
healing. It's just playing with time.
Yeah.
So once you see through the illusion of time, it opens up the door to another different way of living.
Mm.
That's
And
why I
I-
said even the
yeah.
things, like the things have value
Yeah.
because of it.
Of
That's why I'm
course.
saying
The issue of
it's
time.
precious.
Mm.
Time becomes precious
Mm.
for humans particularly because we are able to appreciate. When I said this thing has value because of time, because there's a deterioration factor, there is all the wear and tear that happens
Mhm.
with time,
Mhm.
but then even just the time of gravity,
Mm.
you know, that period of me thinking about it getting down to the ground and smashing on the ground,
Mm.
it creates moment of value to see how much damage, how much. So that's where you see the value of time for humans.
But that is value on a very surface level,
Small
right?
scale.
Yeah.
On a small scale.
But that's what we experience.
Yeah.
That's
So
how
it's only functional on that scale. But like you're saying, once you remove it, right?
Then it feels like you can jump from the functional to the other anytime you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that state also why when we are still, you know, why you don't reach, there's so much power when you're now in that state.
Mm.
Because it is a state of God. That's why
Mm.
God is omnipresent, omniscient, is everywhere. Imagine if you had that power of not being constrained by
Yeah.
time like that. Do you
That's why I
understand
don't
the
understand.
kind of damage or good
You
that you can
cannot.
do? So in Christianity, I feel like it's reserved for a certain person that has gone through
Mm.
a certain process, so that when he experiences that,
Then it's
yeah,
goodness can come out.
yes.
Of it, yeah.
Because now imagine if you could attain that by meditation, where you just go,
That's why I'm so against those things.
you see,
Anything that you know, I feel like most of us we try, well, probably even Christians as well. We try to get there by force,
Yeah, astral projection and stuff.
Yeah.
by forcing ourselves, fasting, doing all of the, those crazy. Have you seen some of the meditation, the people that whip themselves, go in the cold forever? See that level of control. Probably the mind can get to a point where it gets a bit quiet and then start maybe.
But science has explained that, which is for me, you're just. Because that thing, when people say they saw a tunnel and mad, they saw light and all that. Yeah, science has explained why that happens, is that the body is making an escape for pain. It's escaping pain. So it creates this altruistic kind of like alternative existence, basically. And so people that go there or that experience that, they'll speak of seeing this bliss and what. So there's been a lot of scientific thing that I've seen around that surrounds
they're trying to explain why.
They're trying to explain that. But I want to take you back to that point of thing. You say that we are that experience of time and its value, it's very momentarily. But that is the human experience. Yes, I know there's this one we can talk about which is outside, like if we get there. But then a lot of people, when you're talking to them, the biggest interest that they're going to have is about this one.
Yeah. What can I, how, in the probably they'll say, how can I use that to make this
happen?
Yeah. Which means they can never ever get there.
Yeah.
Because they want to.
Or the appreciation. They'll never have the appreciation. But then if you are to have enough grace, because I feel like it's literally grace,
really.
to be able to explain time's value for them to that level, to break it down, to say, think about what a camera sees. I try to always put it to my fiance, like she's not a fan of pictures. Like we can take 1,000 pictures.
I think
she's like, hey, I don't like these pictures. I don't like these pictures. Like I'm like, which picture do you like?
Like all of them know.
But she's like, no, this picture doesn't have it. I'm like, but it means something. The camera captured something that you will never move. Something that it remains as it is. And so it is. I perceive that it is grace to be even able to explain that, so that they can derive value from that.
Okay.
Yeah. For some people, they're not. Yes, we can take joy. Me and you can take joy at talking about the possibilities of time beyond constraints. Miracles, knowledge, because knowledge is no longer restrained now. There's no time. And so when the Bible says there's no longer the sun, when we get to heaven there's no sun. Why? Because God is the light. So man does not need that perception of time that was created in benefit of the earth. Because the very existence of the time that we have now it implies death. The time that we have here implies death. Because there is death, resurrection, death, resurrection, death, resurrection. And so if you think about it, being able to appreciate this time, you are able to be more effective to many people.
No, I get what you're saying, that if you then learn to appreciate it at that level,
on its functional level,
it then opens up your mind to these other things, because it's only through learning what it points to that you can then go there. Okay, no, I get that. Maybe the way I was understanding it, I was saying how I see it already. For me, time is a constraint. It's an unnecessary necessity. It's not even supposed to be there when all things are correct.
Yes.
It's not supposed to be there.
Yes.
It's just there so that you can make sense of something that is bigger than you. And because it's there for that is now its function.
Yes.
Because if you remove it and you fall there, your state might be worse than it was before.
Think about everybody that has written a movie about time. They saw something about it. It's conceptual, but whatever it is they saw. Like think about Inception, for example. What is it that Christopher Nolan is trying to direct there? It's a crazy movie. He's trying to go and implant an idea into someone, and he's going to fake time so that he can and he's going to hire an architect to build a world so that they can move in, so that everything that's built in that, it feels like a dream natural to that person. And so, like, he understood something about time. And there's a moment even in the fight that time gets wobbled up, things start slowing down and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's another movie on time.
Lucy.
Yeah,
Lucy.
Lucy as well. That's a good
Yeah.
one.
There's Inception, there's one, there's Lucy. There are so many of
That's
them.
what I mean.
All movies have always been about time, if you look at it. Time, it's not that we are telling the story of time. Time is talking about itself, really. Because if you look at a movie, there's always, the scenario, where it's gonna go, where it's gonna end. The horror movies, what used to happen. Time is just a depiction of time, what has been going on. The time talking about itself, basically. Because at the end of the day, we also time. We can't separate ourselves from time.
So it's almost like time captures past.
Time, the way I feel, time is the past. How would you be aware of time if it isn't through repetition?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Then it's like this capture of the past, because it's everywhere. It's in what you say, it's in what you see, because you've seen it in
like
time.
These cameras here.
Yeah.
I mean, when we watch this on YouTube, it feels like it's a thing that is there, but it's just a capture. So,
and I think,
for all we know, we could be capturing this. We're just looking at capture, small snippets.
Yeah, that's what. I was also reading something about that you are seeing the same thing always, but it's in
small. Yeah, it's cut in.
It's
small.
in small.
Yeah.
You perceive as if there's this movement, but there's actually no movement. It's just you've learned to capture this thing in a certain way. It's just like they, and you capture it, and then you make sense out of it, and you have day, you have night, but the whole thing is just one.
That's why I say, even scientifically, time is relative, isn't it?
Yeah.
So time doesn't really have a measure. How you experience time, is a bit different. So probably, if you look at these things within yourself, maybe you slow down all your thinking process. You're living in a completely different dimension from the person who's running all that knowledge.
Because you can imagine when you're sitting with your fiance, time seems to pop. But if you are, then sometimes just to get to 12 o'clock midday, you're like, what's happening here? It's like the whole day. So no, I understand the concept of time in that sense, and its function on this level, because.
But do you see how many? Sorry. Do you see how many things you can actually pull
together from one question?
Yeah, from one question.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Just on time alone, there's appreciation, there's value, there's deterioration, there's death.
It's pleasure.
Same thing.
There's life.
Pleasure, there's life.
You can't finish it.
No, you can't.
It's
all there.
yeah.
What else is there if it isn't for time?
Do you remember your question?
I don't know.
I was gonna forget mine.
I don't even remember.
There's so many things that come from thinking. But if you don't ask the first one, see the problem. It's that just ask the first one. The first one is just that important.
It puts you in the right perspective.
Yeah.
It has all this, like you said. Even Jesus taught like that. They ask him a question, he asks a question back. Hey, master, we caught this woman, so do you think we should stone her? And he says, oh, okay. So we caught her in the act. Okay. Is there anyone amongst you guys who is innocent? He didn't answer on whether she should be freed.
You answer for yourself.
He said, no problem. You guys,
let him, he who is without sin, be the first one to cast the stone.
Cast the stone. Decide. You guys decide. And they judged themselves.
They learned about themselves through the question.
Through the question.
But for me, the whole experience almost seems like, you see, a sweet that's wrapped up. The experience of life as we know it, as we are living, it's like we are still reading. They are telling us about this sweet inside. It's so nice. There's orange flavor. There is what. It's like life is just like that, you know. Don't worry. One day you're gonna open it and you really feel how it's like. It's like life is that.
Still in the wrap.
Yeah, we are still experiencing in the realm.
And I guess what
you
we're
know?
doing here is we've opened the wrap. Now we are sucking on the sweet.
Yeah.
And we've come across. We've realized that the more we suck, we end up, it disappears. There's nothing.
We
And
can't
we don't
really.
know what's
Yeah.
under
Some
there.
people
It's
are
there.
sweet as it
Yeah, it's there, but we can't
Yeah.
express it, you know, because now you've actually gotten a point to taste it, but it's nothing like. But if someone says no, this tastes like an orange and you have not experienced it, so there is no language for you to express it. It's like even the Bible. There's this verse where it says, no. What does it say when it talks about?
Yeah, but even there's no that can encapsulate what we experience.
It says no mind has really conceived what has been prepared for us in heaven. You understand? And again, then gives you to a point where if you meet someone and they tell you heaven is like this, they're lying.
They're lying.
They're lying.
It is just
You see, because the Bible just says that no mind can just even
conceptualize,
fathom and
not
we can just
For conversation's sake, for
yes,
argument's sake,
we can say
we're pointing.
heaven is gonna be nice. Maybe the halls will be made of gold because we know that gold is something that's nice. But no one has touched it. But man is not humble enough to say, "Listen, young man, I don't know how heaven is like,
but it's something.
you know, but it's something," and then learn to live with that.
Yeah.
Men cannot do that, and because men cannot do that, he then creates so much confusion even in the religious world because he's trying to explain something that he can't. Now you're telling us that you went to heaven. Come on. But not only that, now you're telling us that you saw God.
You saw yourself, that's all.
Because if you say you saw God, do you really understand what? That's why even biblical, whenever God would want to show himself to, there's a Bible that says to see God is to die, nah? Yeah. To see him is to die.
That I agree.
So when someone then rises up and said, I have seen the face of God, do you know what you're saying? Okay, say what you saw and explain it partially the way you saw it. You know? Or you can say, in human language, this is what I saw, but it is not that. I am saying this so that maybe I can paint a picture of what it is that I saw.
But then they're sure.
You know?
They sound sure.
But then they will tell you that God is like this. Now you're telling me that he has long hair. Our brothers have short hair. Are you saying God is white? You see now where you're introducing all. Yeah. Just be specific enough to say I saw in part. Where this thing that we are saying comes back to say be humble enough. Because when you're humble enough, you then realize that by not stepping outside of your understanding, you create that space of peace. You avoid conflict, you avoid learning, and you also teach other people that we can only go so much as
you empower people.
As human beings.
Yeah.
You understand? And you also create that like what you're saying, that capacity to learn, because that's all there is. If you are open to learning, and it doesn't take much for you to learn.
Because I mean, my brother, if for me, in myself, I've discovered that even my own knowledge, myself, I can't take myself there. How can I take another man there?
You can't.
So all I can tell you is, I'm limited here. Maybe you also go to the limit.
Yeah.
And maybe, the grace happens, but how can I be so pretentious to say that I'm going to show you the way?
They'll tell you that I've been to heaven. I've actually sat with...
That's what I'm saying. Muhammad goes wherever he went to, and he comes back and he says, we have 72 wives.
So Muhammad of the Quran, he says what?
He says, they have 72 wives when they get there.
They're clear.
And it's like, dude, you love sex, it's okay. it's okay, love sex.
And I also read one of his wives was a 9-year-old girl. Yeah.
most interesting character you can ever read.
Who, her?
Yeah, Aisha. Her name is Aisha.
What about her? What makes
She
sense?
was, a,
She's the person who questions him the most. She's the person who questions.
she was only
everything.
9 years old,
Mm.
you know. But that also highlights what we are saying, that whenever men seeks to step out,
It creates
it
problems.
creates problems.
Yeah.
But there is no avoiding that stepping out.
Yeah, because
by the
that's
way,
your
the Bible doesn't
limitation.
do
Yes.
Hmm?
Yeah.
By the way, the Bible doesn't
It does what?
doesn't do that.
Doesn't.
It gives glimpse. Does
Yeah.
not describe.
Yeah, it even
Hmm.
speaks. One thing I like about the Bible, it speaks in. it's
In
almost
riddles.
a paradox,
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the language to
language can't take us.
yeah,
there.
language can.
It
You
says
see,
gold.
like I'm
It's
saying,
gold on the stone.
once this man sits there and say God is like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, and then says this is everything that God is,
Yeah, no, it's
Mm.
a problem.
that's not God.
Mm.
You know, that can't be
No,
God.
one thing I've noticed, this is serious. You know what? Also, one thing I've noticed with people, they think of this as imagination, theories, philosophies,
Yeah.
and
Mm.
people being clever. But I feel it's a real journey you're making through your mind. It's a very substantial thing you're doing.
Mm.
To get to that point where you stuck,
Mm.
you've gone a very, very long way.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's a real thing. It's not.
To get stuck,
Yeah,
you've gone.
a very long way.
mind.
Mm.
So you see, that's why I said once you get to that, for some people, pride rises.
Mm.
For some people, dictatorship comes up. Some people,
They feel they've understood
yeah,
something
they've
that.
understood life.
Mm.
The Pan-Africanists.
Because he's right, you could also be going around, boss, and telling people that it's nonsense.
Mm.
That thing that you're telling me, you said you are who you are, what? That's not who you are.
Yeah, you can come.
Yeah, you can come and like, okay,
But why is it that it humbles you?
you see,
Yeah.
you can say you're telling me that you said you are what? That's not who you are.
Mm.
You're telling me about past.
Mm.
You know, the name that you are using, that's not you.
Yeah.
Who are you? And you really torture someone and
Yeah,
say,
you touch-
tell me you think you know.
Mm.
Tell
And
me.
you put him in a cage.
You put it in a corner.
Only, and probably we think only you have the key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you place him there and now the person is stuck there and it does, and then you raise yourself up as the savior and say, no,
No, buy this.
here is the
Mm.
thing that will answer your
Yeah.
question. Now you've got an occult somewhere.
Now that's that's an evil man.
That's an evil. Now you have people saying, and that's what I'm saying. The funny thing, once you have a man at that level, he becomes so vulnerable.
Mm.
You know,
Mhm.
because you're saying, come this way,
Mm.
and it's everywhere. When Peter follows Jesus, what does Jesus tell him to do? Leave this fishing business of yours, leave everything,
Mm.
and follow me. You see, that man is now open to anything,
Mm.
and that openness to anything, right,
Mm.
gives you power. It also gives him an ability to engage in something and see that thing working,
Mm.
because he has suspended everything.
Mhm.
So it's like a child. If you tell a child, do this, right? Because the child has nothing to, get back to and say why, the child will follow. So you literally have someone who is ready to do everything that you say that person must do.
Mhm.
So it's a very fragile position where you can find a human being in.
Corner them.
Yeah, you corner them.
I think the people doing that, those pastors or monks or whatever, those will suffer the most in the sense that, because I mean, how can you go that far and come back with that mind? You never got. I feel like there's something never reached.
That's
You
now,
stopped somewhere.
That's where the origin.
yeah, that's where the origin. Now that's where the devil comes from. He went that far, and then
And he saw himself.
Mm.
And he's like, why am I worshiping God? Even the devil went that far.
Mm.
And by the way, I forgot this thing when you were mentioning it earlier on. You spoke about when we are there, when you are in that state, it feels like, now you can know yourself wholly.
Mm.
Something. It was hours ago.
Mm.
So there was this thought that came to my mind, but I forgot to address it. Even in that state, the people that fell, in those angels that fell down in heaven and whatnot, why is it that there is no other angel that has fallen ever since then? Can you ever
Why?
ask yourself, why is it that they've never, ever since
It was
Satan
a once
fell
off
in
event.
the one it was
Mm.
once off. It was because something that we also are going to experience as well. So when the angels fell, when those particular angels that agreed with Satan fell, their doom was sealed, because they knew all of life basically. So there was nothing then. There was no redemption for them. But for those that did not disobey God, that stayed, their righteousness was sealed. So in them they have a perfected righteousness. So there is no error in it.
But is it righteousness perfected by God?
Yes. So after they did not deny him, he sealed their righteousness. So that's why there's never been another rebellion. That there's never going to be another rebellion, because they are now in complete agreement, not by force. They get it, they understand it, they know judgment, they all round perfected. So even us, when we enter the new kingdom, that's why you see in Revelation 22, you see the people that are not born again, they are resurrected, and at that point, the Bible says the devil is sent to deceive them again. And he goes to deceive them again. And what they do is that they go back to fighting God. So that seals their doom. So us who are born again, it's the same thing. Is that when the rapture takes place, we are raptured, we go to our judgment, right? The judgment of Christians is separate to the judgment of unbelievers. We are judged. Our righteousness is sealed. That's why the Bible says the Holy Spirit is the seal of our salvation. So right now our salvation is sealed, but our righteousness is not.
It's still
talking
about that reminds me of what the Uber guy that we came with. He says, who created evil? Why is evil there? What does it say?
Yeah, like God is a failed.
Yeah, God made creation.
Yeah, that's what you are saying.
What do you say to that?
It's weird. It's people who question God on the subject matter of evil is because they don't want to acknowledge that God gave man free will. And what would you have rather? Would you have rather he stopped free will so that there is no evil?
Yes.
Yeah, but that creates a problem. Then you are all robots.
Yeah, the guy doesn't mind being
that's what I was saying to him. That no, this is how I tried to answer him.
You see why I said these chairs have a problem? Yeah.
This is how I tried to answer him. I said, okay, because he says he does believe that there is a creator, who created everything, because it's impossible that things are just here. Then I said to him, then why do you find it hard that same God can create a human being who has the ability to choose right from wrong?
It makes sense.
And then his point was, well, if God has already created and has seen that this particular one is going to choose wrong, why create that particular one?
It's choice. Is that you see, because remember again, it's not just about you. Remember, and that's the issue that Job had. That's the problem that Job had. God, why did you create me and then you allow the devil to get to me and then I lose everything I lose? You see, God doesn't answer Job. He asked Job questions. Job, were you there? That's God's answer to why did I deserve going through? Why do bad things happen to good people? All those questions that we now have. Yeah, they were answered to Job. Job asked all these questions. Job says, Job, were you there when I created the heavens and the earth? Were you there when the constellations were placed in God by God's wisdom? So basically, God's answer to Job's question about how he suffered, he said, the answer is too big, bigger than you. Because you see, so
you're saying to that we can only get a partial answer. It's not something that you can find someone who answer you and you are satisfied with.
You will never be satisfied because the answer is this.
Okay.
You probably have you hold a generation of your son who's going to become either an evangelist or is going to give birth to an evangelist, and that evangelist is going to lead someone that God is going, and so the answer is bigger than you. And if you take it like that, you will see that God is dealing with a very big... You exist because you are going to be the answer for someone who's going to be born.
So actually, I had a pastor last time at the studio. I wanted to ask a question. He gave me an answer. I wasn't quite satisfied. I don't know if he's going to come back. I have a few questions on this, but I think we've gone through enough time. Maybe some other time. But I'm thinking... I think I asked him why
5 hours.
I think I asked him why create.
Why did God create?
Why did God create? What does the Bible say about that?
He saw it as good.
To create.
Yes. So every single time he created something, the Bible says, and he saw that it was good. And so he created the heavens and the earth. And then he created light. And he saw that light is good. So, and then he forms it, he separates the waters, and then it is very detailed about that. He forms land, he brings out the land, the mountains, the hills, and he sees that it's good. So it's good for what? For whatever he's going to place on it. So,
but what's the initial motive?
The motive
of
is
creation.
The motive is the image.
He wants to reflect himself.
He wanted something that reflects him on the earth.
Okay, that I would agree.
Yeah.
He wants to see himself.
Yeah, you can put it like that. And so, and in Genesis,
this is why I find Boss interesting. So he doesn't, by agreeing, he doesn't see that he's agreeing to something that the Bible talks of. So we are supposed to be a reflection of his image. You agree to it, but it's there in the Bible. That's the reason.
He's saying that's the
yeah, but it only makes sense.
It's not that it's his personal opinion.
Yeah.
That's what the Bible
exactly
says. So I'm saying, why do you agree to it? Maybe
because that's what I see.
How do you see it?
You see, that's what I like also.
Yeah, let him explain, because I want to see how does he see it when you didn't read the Bible. Where do you see it?
By investigating, by
what do you see that gives you that idea?
No, because how can
because now he's touching on the very fundamental
but understand something, there has to be one answer. You might come up with
truth is only one.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But how are you both? Okay, it's either both of you are lying, or both of you are telling the truth.
Yeah.
But now there are three witnesses, right? There's the Bible, right, which speaks of what you're saying. There's you. You didn't connive and sit down and agree. Then there's you, right? Then there's me.
Yeah.
So it's already three there. Yeah. There's three. But now, why I become so interested in it is how you arrive at it, because it almost seems like an obvious question.
Like it's a fake.
Like yeah.
No.
But now it makes me take it serious where you are going to say yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
What are you considering?
That's why you realize that this is bigger than human conscious. That's why I always say the human conscious, because flesh and blood. When Jesus says to Peter,
flesh and blood has not revealed this to you.
But
it's because there are infinite answers that you could have been given to why God created. You could have said maybe he was bored. You could have said. Why did you have to say the very same thing that he says and the very same thing that the Bible says? So that's why I'm interested. How did you maybe go through that and understand it to be that way?
I think seeing my limits, right, I can see that there's something that I can never be, right? So that thing, I don't know how to put it without betraying it. But that thing can only... how does it know that it's there if it isn't through the reflection?
Okay, how does it know?
Yeah,
so
I don't know.
No, I get you.
Yeah.
No, is
I don't know how to put
how does it understand itself?
Without seeing itself, it needs a perfect reflection.
That answers evolution. If you think
without
about
a reflection to which to refer itself to. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, how would you know your face if you're not looking in a mirror?
No, but it doesn't have those questions. It being God, not to sound existential. It's that answers evolution, bruh. Of course, they have their own ways of answering each other and stuff. But if you think about it, if you're saying,
So you understand it from that, then from that perspective, to say it has to see itself, the reflection of itself,
to be there. So, because for instance, also some of the questions, really, I answered them when I, not in my daily life. When that sort of thing is happening, I don't know what it is. But I think maybe but I'm very careful calling it God, because I feel maybe it's my arrogance, maybe God is something bigger than what I am. But when you find yourself in a situation where you are living, yet you are not living, the only proof you know of yourself is by putting an image, so maybe me putting you there. Then I know that I can see myself.
So it's proof of my existence.
Well, I know that I'm there, but
yeah, I get why you. I know that I get what you mean when you say you don't want to speak of it blasphemous as if it betrays it, because
I don't want to jump my limit.
That's a very big. That's why I'm even struggling to explain it, because
the safest way to say that we are just a reflection, of course. Yeah, that's the most
safe. It sounds blasphemous, but he doesn't realize. That's why when he said it, I almost had tears in my eyes, because when you say it like that, it removes that evolution happened. It means that there had to be an intent creation. It had to be intended.
No, there's some really serious intelligence behind this thing.
Yeah,
it's not a joke.
It can't be, and not in a way like you just create. No, it's very intentional in how the creation is. Don't be offended by us saying it. Okay, so in a way that it comes off by saying, I put myself there and it thinking. But at the same time, if you think about Romans chapter number 1, what does it say? That's exactly what it says.
What does it say?
Is it the one that talks about how things were in the beginning?
It says, they used the small being of creation in order to create their own ideology. But then they don't see that in the very same creation, it speaks of God. It says that God literally uses other creation to confirm to us that He exists.
Kind of like us creating a robot.
Exactly. It affirms our existence. And so, if you think about in evolution, basically, the struggle that they are having is origin. So they create these links that do not even make sense, by the way, but biologically. You cannot come off with the genes of a human being from a fish.
Well, let's say they even explain that, but then what do you do of the Big Bang? We can't just say.
Yeah, as you go back,
and then
as you go back to that thing, as you go back to it, how it starts, some of it just becomes like ridiculous. And there was this soup, and there was some. So it really gets. It becomes
so
something.
Which means what? Then even time itself. Because if you say Big Bang, all that is time. Fish, what's not. We're talking about something beyond time. Something that has no.
Because they're trying to create time, by the way.
Yeah.
Because they say out of the bang, then the sun.
Then time and what's
then
not.
Time was thinking. So they're trying to create.
So that it will sustain.
In the beginning, God created. So they're running away from in the beginning God created, and they don't realize it's just some kid, Darwin, whatever his name is. It's a kid who was very unhappy with his family taking him to church, and so so you have to concoct.
I think a lot what we do sometimes, we use few facts, and just put our nonsense in it. But it seems good because there's facts in it.
Yeah, he could. Right?
Yeah, so you can say, I can tell you all about a show, but then I just lie something, or maybe just by my lack of understanding, I put something in it. And then people will believe it because there are facts in it. But from my own understanding, and I'm not the type of guy who would, because I'm not religious like that.
Yeah.
I come from a very religious family, but I was never in church and all that. Never read the Bible or the Quran. Even these guys, the philosophers and all these gurus, you see them on YouTube, but nothing really goes in. But through my own investigation, I never started with the claim that there is a God.
Mm.
It just started with, okay, what is this? Who am I? It takes you all that way. And then all these things start happening. Now you ask questions on a much, lower level. And this whole thing is intelligent. Intelligence is everywhere, even in this chair.
Yeah.
You know? It's
And
everywhere.
even, I mean, that picture that he was talking about,
Mm.
that the Earth is like thing. It's this small little tiny thing out of the whole universe, and then in that whole Milky Way,
Mm.
it's like a patch of light that goes from thingy.
Mm.
And the
Sure
funny thing
is.
they say is,
Mm.
if we were just a little bit off to the top or a little bit to the down, it
Yeah.
would have either been too hot or too cold,
Yeah.
and life would just be completely. You can't see that and say, yeah, we just landed at the right place.
Mm.
That takes arrogance.
So,
Mm.
your first question of creation, the answer that you've got, you're saying it confirms what you already thought.
Mm.
And going then deep into that would be another. You had another question
Which one?
on, as you said,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you said, yeah, I
Yeah.
see. You said your first question was,
Why
what
create?
evil?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you
What
also went on to say you had other questions that you
Oh,
asked.
yeah, there's a couple of them.
Yeah.
But I don't know if.
Because now, if you
No,
go
you
in,
can ask,
if we
no.
go in detail, the first one, there's a lot that we can then go into
Yeah.
detail about. But I like
What's the
the
second
fact,
one?
I like the fact that there, through your own,
Yeah.
observing on what's happening, you
Mm.
also came up to that
Yeah.
understanding.
The other one, why there's so many. There's so many things that the pastor still needed to clarify for me, because the way he was saying, he was speaking, because I feel like the Bible is so. If you read it with, just how you would read a book, a normal book,
Mm.
I don't see if you're making it. You're not doing it justice in any way.
Mm.
I feel like every line has an entire story, right?
Yeah.
So, for instance, when I would ask questions of why did Satan, how did actually? Oh yeah, there's one that I asked. I said, okay, so how come the devil,
Okay.
who's a creation of God,
Yeah.
managed to betray God? He explained to me that angels don't have free will; they don't have free choice. Yeah. What happened? What went wrong?
Yeah, he was wrong on his premise. The premise was wrong. They do have free will.
Angels
And-
have free will.
Yes.
Right.
That's how they disobeyed.
Mm.
Because the Bible says an iniquity was found in him. And the Bible says he started to trade. He traded. The one thing that he traded was those lies. And he sowed discourse. He sowed lies into
The
other
kingdom.
people. Do you think God? Man, God. So he went around. And it wasn't something, of course, for us, time again, it falls back into time because they're in the heavenly space there. In that entire period,
Mm.
however long it took him to do that, he had convinced millions of people, millions of angels, so to say. And so that shows you, that contradicts that. And also, if you look at the angels within their rankings, you can see that there is free will. You know, an example of free will. There are angels that were part of the deception in Genesis chapter 6 when they went to sleep with the women. But it's not all the angels. So there were these angels that were very interested in the beauty of women. It's happening down there. They came down, boom, they defiled them. Now those particular angels, not all demonic angels, those particular ones, the Bible then tells us they were all locked up in Tartarus. If you watch a lot of movies, they like making reference to Tartarus and wormholes and stuff like that. And so Tartarus it's a holding cell for those particular spirits. Now he tells us why those particular spirits were kept there. They are very wicked. So meaning the state of their wickedness was more than the ones that were let loose.
So there's free will in angels.
Yes. So that's what you would see, like in the decisions that they made, and in how crazy, like when the Bible talks about Beelzebub. What's the teaching behind Beelzebub? Beelzebub being a spirit that rules over other demons. So you can see there is will in order to be submissive to Beelzebub.
So I think one thing I would really love to discuss is free will, but this is a 3-hour discussion.
Yeah, free will
Yeah,
it's a whole.
That's something that I've also kind of struggled with. I think it would be good hearing it from your perspective some other day maybe.
The thing is this, which is what I would advise. There's a lot of our pastors who are not educated. There's a lot, I'd say 80% up, who have not sat down to think about what they believe. So if you ask someone who's a pastor and they don't have an answer, don't be shocked. They've just never, they don't even know what questions are being asked. You know, when I came to faith, which is why it's essential for where I am now, I was a Catholic in primary. My family wasn't religious. I was a Catholic. And then from that period, when I came to Joburg, I didn't go to any church. And then I then had encounter with family members that were Islam. So I started going that route. And then, because Islam answers Catholicism, I was easy to deceive into that.
Islam answers Catholicism.
Yeah, it doesn't answer Christianity. They think they're answering Christian, but no, Muhammad only had interactions with Catholics because one of his wives was Catholic.
But Catholic is Christianity, isn't it?
yeah.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Yeah.
Well, they count themselves as Christians.
But
yeah.
it's not. There's a lot of things that we don't do. The worship of Mary, they pray to Mary, they ask for
They have
grace
their own
from Mary.
doctrines, yeah.
Yeah. So, and from that period, then I started having questions about things that were being taught in Islam. Then, you know, struggles happened there and whatnot. And that led me back to Christianity because it was clear that, no, this can't be true. So I left, came back to Christianity, and so I valued doctrine, because even my mom, when I turned to Islam, my mom would just say, this thing is wrong, but she couldn't give me the what is wrong. So you can see how it painted for me to have the answers of what makes it wrong.
All right.
You know, and so because of that upbringing and what and stuff like that, I feel like it created for me a background for wanting to have the answers. So my first 10 years of my faith was me just looking for answers. So Catholics believe this. What's the answer to this? What's the answer to this? What's the answer? Okay, I'm done with that. I did 3 years of apologetics for Islam.
What is that apology?
It's like it's reading the whole Quran and then going to Islamic
Mosque.
not mosque, like barber shops and stuff like that in the south, where there's like imams and what, and I'll just debate the life out of those guys.
For real?
Yeah, for months and months, and years even. I'm trying to still fix my iPhone. It still has some of my debates there. So, and I kind of sharpened my skills of debate there, because Christians they don't debate that much.
Yeah.
Islam is a religion of debate.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, those ones will hold you up to something. Islam is worse because they even read the Bible more than Christians. They'll tell you, even in your Bible, open to this verse. Open. They tell you what does it say there. They are so
inquisitive.
Yeah, they are very inquisitive.
So isn't that a good thing?
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, they get taught things that are not factual.
Can't they see through it?
No, they can't, because they don't know the Bible. So they get taught about the Bible in the Quran or in the traditions, which is something that people don't even understand. That some of the beliefs that are in Islam are not in the Quran. It's things you have to read in the traditions. The Sunan al-Muslim. It's a text that interprets the Quran. Jesus, why am I forgetting these books? Bukhari, Al-Bukhari. There's a writing volume called Al-Bukhari. It's a volume that interprets the entire Quran. It gives you a context. It tells you at what point did he interpret this verse, when did he reveal this verse, and stuff like that. And so once you go through, like my first debates, I would debate people that know the Quran. Okay, but then you go to the scholars now. That's where you have a headache, because they will quote.
Extra.
Yeah, they'll tell you, you're talking something that you don't understand the history of it. So I had an upper hand with them, and I'm like, nah, I know. You are quoting Al-Bukhari. You are quoting Al-Muslim. You are quoting Al-Dawud or whatever, whoever the guy is. And so if a person was talking about, the Quran is eternal, I'm like, dude, come on, relax, chill, you're lying. Bukhari says, Aisha has a testimony that at one particular point during the translation, there was a goat that stepped into the tent and it ate a portion of the Quran that they don't remember. She says that, and it's in Bukhari, it's in their text. So how can the Quran as a whole be preserved if the wife of this is not just a random person, the wife of the prophet, the youngest, she was a trouble. He must have really loved that woman. Otherwise he would have killed her. So she questioned. She said, but there's that text that we lost. And you do. She's the one who, when he took one of the wives, the sixth wife, she's like, why is it like your God only reveals when you feel like it? You know? She questions him. So things like that and stuff like that. So, and then after that, then I started watching a lot of debates, Christians versus Muslims. Then I found out David Wood, Sam Shamoun, whatnot. These guys were Muslims that converted, that only talk about Islam. Only. They don't talk about anything else. And then I watched debates between Muslims and Christians, Catholics and Protestants, the validity of the scripture, textual criticism, the history of the Bible, all these things. And so I spent 10 years doing that. So my knowledge gets a little bit vast in that I did all of that. There are pastors that have never done that. So you might meet a person who carries the title pastor, but has never watched a single debate. So there are certain questions, because debate trains you on how you think and how to handle.
The debate gives you understanding.
Yeah. And you're able to navigate. So many pastors don't have that.
Yeah.
Because they've never had
No,
that.
we've discussed free will. This one, I think it will be another 4 hours. Otherwise, no, thank you very much for having me, my brother.
No problem.
It was a pleasure.
No props.